Good morning. Welcome to the continuation of the Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, Madam Clerk.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Okay. At this time, public comment? Seeing no public comment, folks, we'll adjourn to closed session. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is a continuation of our study session that was held last Tuesday night. We're going to address one item that's on the agenda. But before we do that, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, is there any announcements by the board? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
So the report out from this morning's closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, would you announce public comment, please?
I will. Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start public comments, I want to make sure that everybody is aware of some procedures we have here. Number 1, during public comment, in fact, during the entire meeting, I request that everybody be recognized the respect of the chamber, respect of the board, and respect of the people here and in our county. And what I mean by respect is give these folks the respect they deserve, all in one. We have some people I understand in the foyer, and I want to make sure that that operation, they can hear and monitor us. If you can't, please let us know.
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have our public comment, then we'll go to the agenda item, and then we'll go to a discussion by the board. And we will be taking a break after public comment to give our clerk a chance to catch her breath and some of our employees. So we'll kind of put that down on your schedule. With that, we'll start public comment, and once again, thank you. No more than 5 people. As one speaks, we can have those 5 people standing in the back in line, but we'll kind of get up and fill the hole.
Do you want people to sign in?
I'm sorry.
Huh? I almost never signed in, but I just noticed there's nothing laying there. Marty Crane, Rancho Calaveras. I just wanted to bring up something that has bothered me for quite some time, and it has to do with process, protecting our democracy, and protecting and encouraging civic engagement. From time to time, over the years, and recently, of course, there's been one board member that would say, not the same one, but one board member that would say, you know, I wasn't sure, this time it was Supervisor Garamendi, last time it was, I think, well, I want to say kudos to Gary Tofinelli because he reviewed a prior budget hearing before going into the next year's budget hearing. And I think that's an appropriate thing to do. Good for you. And but this time, as has happened in the past, this time Supervisor Garamendi said, you know, in talking about this study session, what it would be, the structure it would take, and when he said, well, you know, I wasn't quite sure how that last conversation went, so I went back and I reviewed the tapes, the video, and this is how it was presented and determined. And I heard 3 others say, oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I don't remember it that way. But instead of going back and getting the factual data, we relied on, I don't remember that, and moved forward. And I don't think that we can move forward on all the critically important decisions and processes that we have to go through to protect the voices of the people and the outcome of our decisions if we don't start with the factual data, where we are. And so I think whenever someone brings that up and go, you know what, you don't remember that, but I reviewed it, so just to be safe, our staff has the ability to very quickly bring things up for our review. And I would suggest that we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we apparently have it's not working? Okay, we'll go back to hand timing.
We can always rely on time.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Vicki Mills, and I will start with my disclaimer that I used at CCWD. Supervisor Mills has absolutely no idea what I'm going to say, nor is he responsible for anything that comes out of my mouth. Okay? I was at the other study session that this is continuing of until the 9:15 break, at which point I left. But I did watch the rest of the study session on TV. And I'm just going to address some things that really wound me up. There was a lot of misinformation given from both sides. People need to fully research what they plan to say and see if the information that was valid a year ago or 6 months ago is still valid, or if there has been some new information that has discounted that previous information. And case in point on that is the UOP study. Now, when that came out, being the numbers person I am, I get extremely excited about numbers, and I knew this was about numbers. And I'm going, oh, yay! I can't wait to get my hands on it. Well, the method that he used was excellent. The conclusions he drew, and I say because the number he started with, the base information of that report was that all applicants were approved. And as you and I know, That did not happen. At that time that report was done, it was running approximately 2/3 getting denied.
30 seconds.
Okay. Another thing that I noticed was the disrespect for, as the chair mentioned, for the chambers, for people speaking, and for members of the board. The audience should not be shouting out questions at the board. If they have something to say, they should have said it in public comment or be quiet. And on that note, I want to compliment Mark Bolger and Trevor, and I'm going to screw up Trevor's last name,
Ms. Mills,
Whitke.
Ms. Mills, your 3 minutes are up.
I know, for not doing that and talking into the mic. I'm
Thank-
going, and
thank
yes,
you.
I know, he's over there doing time like I usually do to him.
Thank you, Ms. Mills.
I have a handout here that I'd like to pass to the board. I'm not going to be reading it verbatim because of the
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you'll cooperate with us, we need to have you speak into the microphones for our TV folks, because when we misdirect and walk away, it goes silent on the recording. So we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to hear what's happening, and we'll give you back your time for that, ma'am.
Thank you. My name's Elaine St. John, and I am the fourth vice chair of the Calaveras Republican Party, and I am politics. I'm going to be reading a resolution that the Calaveras County Republican Party all voted on from Central Committee. It's called Resolution 17-3, Resolution regarding legalization of marijuana. Whereas the Federal Controlled Substance Act classifies marijuana as a Schedule I
Ma'am, I'm
drug.
going to interrupt you here. I believe that might be on the agendized item.
It is?
Alternatives, and this appears to be an alternative. I'll give you the opportunity to speak at that time.
Okay.
You'll have 3 minutes. That's not for discussion, folks. This is a alternative from the heading. I haven't read it, and maybe council can chime in on this. Would this be on the agendized item as an alternative?
I would just remind that this is a public comment period for items that are not on the agenda. So if this has to do with cannabis and the item that is going to be discussed, then that would
Later?
be held at the public comment period for the item when we get to that item. This public comment section is for items that are not on the agenda at all.
Okay, I just was confused with the special study because it didn't, wasn't really.
Ma'am, you're not the only one. Yeah, we'll give you your opportunity on the agendized item.
Just a point of clarification, the person that spoke before, they were speaking on marijuana issues, and they were not stopped. Thank you.
Ms. Rankin, no, she wasn't. She was speaking on the process. Thank you, sir. And thank you, sir, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. I initiated a story about our origin a couple of meetings ago, indicating that it's the first county seat of Calaveras. And at that time, we had everything under control. We had our own courthouse, we had our own jail, and we had our own hanging trees. They were all over the place. I live in Calaveras, the county of death. I'm referring to that because of the symbol which represents Calaveras, a symbol of skulls. That's what Calaveras means, skulls. Why are we known as a county of death? Oh, about 150 years ago, we were a bloodthirsty bunch of people from all different parts of the world. We had ethnic groups, Mexicans, Indians, Chinese, Irish, and we all hung together. And if we came upon a stream or a creek bed where another ethnic group might be panning gold, we were known to massacre them. Our streams and creek beds were lined with human skulls. mainly because the animals couldn't carry away the skulls. They could walk away with a rib bone or a leg bone, but they couldn't get the skulls. So we were known as the County of Death, Calaveras. Throughout the years, we have seen ethnic cleansing happening in other parts of the world, but we were known for wiping out whole segments of the population just to get a little bit of money. I'd like to point out that Double Springs was only the county seat for a very short period of time because some ruffians from McCollum Hill came and stole our archives and made off with them. We don't hold grudges. But don't be surprised if one of these nights we don't posse up, come shoot up the town and get our archives and take them back to Double Springs. Then you all have to come down and be on my street with our permission. Calaveras County has been around for a long time, and I hope it to be around a little while longer. And I may have a suggestion on how that might proceed next time I talk. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ruffian.
Bill Wilson, District 1, retired U.S. Air Force Vietnam-era veteran. Gentlemen, I hold you in high regards. I was disappointed last week the way things degenerated. I hope that doesn't happen again. Anyway, I would definitely like to thank you and give you a report. Police Station Road is now down to maybe 80 or 90 potholes. Thank you. God, thank you. And my car, the suspension really does thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I hope Mr. Krobus heard that.
Good morning. My name is Vince Venetian. Whoops, whoa, is that too loud?
You're good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. Let me start by saying I'm not a grower, so let's clear that up at the beginning. I have lived with my wife in Calaveras County for 37 years. She is the librarian over at Mountain Oak School here in San Andreas, and I had a successful cabinet and woodworking business until the Butte Fire took that away from me. So now I'm kind of happily retired. I guess this is not about alternatives to the grow, so I won't go into that. I just hope in the 37 years I've lived here, I have felt good. It's been a good county. We've had a good life. We've raised our daughter here, and we've felt safe. The things that are happening now make me wonder about the safety. I don't understand. There was an old saying that when guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. It seems like there's a real parallel here. I think this man should be given everything he needs to keep this county a safe place. My neighbors, my personal situation is the neighbors that have moved in around me have been very helpful, been very respectful. I realize this is not the case for everybody. So I believe that he needs whatever he needs to do his job correctly and keep this county safe. They say Afghanistan is the longest running U.S. war, and that's not true. The drug war is the longest running U.S. war, and as Afghanistan, it has been a dismal failure. Give him what he needs to make it successful and keep the law-abiding growers, citizens in this county. And the industry is here to stay. We can't deny that. If it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen next year or the year after. Let's jump on the bandwagon and smartly make the decisions that will help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Bill McManus. I have some comments to make about the meeting of a week ago. It seems like a lot of the meetings don't run too smoothly. There's a lot of breaks to find out which direction to take. We have to have conferences outside of chambers. Last week, the items were skipped over. It was causing problems with the audience. People were getting upset. There seemed to be an inconsistent way of handling public comment, which caused more confusion and more upset. And I hope that we're better prepared for meetings in the future so we can get through them without all this unnecessary conflict. During the public comment period, and I don't know if it was the general public comment or on a specific item because that was never made clear, the public comment erupted into something similar to a karaoke club. When someone was singing their comments into the record, and it went well over the 3-minute limit, in fact double that, and nothing was said. When other people go 1 second over their 3 minutes, they're told to sit down. They're done. That didn't happen there. Again, the inconsistent management of the meeting causes problems. Finally, something took place that it almost seems like it couldn't possibly happen. After the chair gives his admonition to the people to be respectful, to the board, to citizens, speakers, staff members, and everything else, a member of the audience stood up during public comments and began an inappropriate and vicious personal attack on one of our supervisors. It went on and on and on, with no one admonishing the speaker that it was inappropriate, that it was rude, and that supervisors don't deserve that type of verbal abuse in a meeting. I have apologized to Supervisor Clapp for what happened. I feel a certain amount of responsibility that I didn't stand up and raise a point of order to end that, and it needed to be ended. I was relying on the chairman to do that. It happened so quickly I couldn't respond. So again, I apologize to Supervisor Clapp for not doing what I could to end that horrible scene, and I hope we don't have that experience again. And I would ask the chairman to obey his own regulations and guidelines for the meeting and his admonitions that people need to be respected because they took the time to show up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, James Walker. I'm from Murphy's, Mr. Oliveira's district. I think I just want to bring a little bit of a different perspective today. I've been watching you guys for 2 years now. I've got kids that get off buses on Tuesdays. I usually can't make it, but it's summer, so here I am. I didn't retire or buy a piece of property up here 37 years ago. I was moved up here as a child 37 years ago. I'm 47 years old today. There's kind of a bubble of misreality with the county that seems to just happen here. When you're a laborer, when you're a member of this county, when you're a taxpayer, when you grew up here, graduated from the schools here, you have a little better sense of what's really happening and what's always happened in this county. When I was 10, I started public school here in Calaveras County. Within 1 day, I was brought to the back of the field and I was introduced to the grammar school bar. Whiskey, tobacco, vodka. I never saw any cannabis till I got into Bret Harte, but that was at the height of the federal drug war, 84 to 88. I graduated in 88 from Bret Harte High School. Never did it get stopped. Never did it get cut down. Never did it get short. And there was cannabis available everywhere. A lot of the problems I hear in this room seem to be civil problems, scent, smells, and disputes between neighbors, which, as far as I'm concerned, should be handled in that way with civic disputes and in courts between neighbors. State passed a law. No matter how the vote went in our county, we adhere to this state law, and about 2 million Californians. You guys say that hospitality is our second biggest industry behind cannabis. Well, those people that come here for our hospitality are coming from San Francisco and the places that passed 64. They're confused. Some of this ban work's becoming a little bit of a joke. I see people now at night taking pictures, lighting up in front of the ban signs. This is a fun thing for the people from the Bay Area to do now. And we've given them that opportunity to make further fun of us as a county. They don't understand where we're at. I don't understand where we're at. I want this tax money. I want to see our buses going again. Tired of fleets of buses sitting there rotting, no bus drivers. us parents having to get background checks and TB tests to bring kids to basketball games. For me, this industry puts gas in the tanks, put pencils on their tables, backpacks, everything we need can be got from this, or we can continue to have nothing. I left the county, I came back, and I was embarrassed by our school system from where it was when I was a child. I never had these problems getting around in this county. It's really an embarrassment. We need to fix it.
Thank you, sir.
Joan Wilson, District 1. I'd like to say to Mr. Clapp, I am sorry for your loss. My prayers and my heart go out to you and your brother's family. On another note, there was a gentleman here once before that said something about painted marijuana leaf on a rock at Natural Bridges, and that our youth should not have to look at a picture of a marijuana leaf. I would respectfully request that all of the signs that are for banning or for a ban or a yes on Measure V be removed, because there are more of those cannabis leaves spread around this county than anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Steve Bristow. I'm a new resident in this county. Bought a home up on Meadowmont on Fairway Drive. Been up here now for 4 months, which means I moved in January in the middle of the storm, just when the furnace decided to get knocked out. I'm here to talk a little bit about the Sheriff's Department and the Sheriff. I was just informed recently that the budget for the Sheriff's Department is going to be cut unless certain measures are taken. I understand that the budget would take 10 positions. Now, the entire Sheriff's Department is about 50, I believe, maybe slightly over that. But that doesn't account that you've got 50 officers or deputies on the streets of Calaveras County. You don't have that. You've actually got about 20, 25, 27, no? Lower? Damn. Excuse me. The number's very low. If he has to cut positions, that means that the officers on the street are going to be responding without cover many times. We call that Code 4 from where I came from. My great-grandfather was a police officer. My grandfather was a police officer. My father was a police officer. His uncles were police officers. I'm retired from the Oakland Police Department after 36 years. My wife is retired from the Sheriff's Department. I was not aware that they were going to be cutting positions from a small department when we moved up here 4 months ago. Whatever steps we have or whatever we have to do to increase funding for the Sheriff's Department, I'm in favor of, and I will vote that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mr. Oliveira, why do you insist on allowing other people to talk about marijuana and not allow other people to talk about marijuana? If it's for marijuana, people can go on and on like this 47-year-old gentleman did, and we're not allowed to talk about it. I just think that's unfair. The other day, well, about 3 weeks ago, I was watching a hen turkey walking through the tall grass, and she came to the edge where I had weed eated it. And I noticed she was kind of going slow and walking back and forth like this, and it was a special moment when I saw the little ones coming out, and they were so cute. And so then she went back into the tall grass, and something scared her. She didn't fly to get away to get away. She flew to draw the attention away from the danger to her chicks. And I feel that way. I feel that this is a picture that marijuana is doing to our country and our state. And it's destroying our state's reputation with the other states. CalPERS and PERS does not have stocks or retirement investments, and so therefore, why not? Because of the stigma of cigarettes and what it does to your body. And how much worse is marijuana?
Thank you.
My name is Stan Killian. I own a farm there. Well, it's a farm now. It used to be a horse ranch, but it's a farm over in Diamond 20 in Copperopolis. And anyway, I spoke last week, and I agree with you. A lot of people were making slurs at you people there instead of trying to get the problem there of the ban and whatever worked out. Well, I always figured that if you give honey instead of vinegar, you're going to get more reaction. So that's my policy. Well, in saying that, somebody at this council here said something about there's some disgusting people here that's raising this marijuana out here. Well, I'm here to tell you, on my farm, there's no disgusting people. I've served in this hat tells it all. I was in Berlin, Germany, in a war zone. And I seen a lot of my buddies, because government gave them marijuana to keep their morale down. It was given to them out there. And it did destroy a lot of people. But I never used it in my life. I don't even know what it tastes like. But anyway, I came back, and I've seen a lot of things that's happening in the marijuana field. It's not, I mean, I was in a trucking business. It wasn't the marijuana that was disrupting my workers. It was what, it was other dope that they used it to drink with and whatever. And this is what did it. Okay, in saying all that, I got into this thing because I seen that the marijuana deal needs control. It needs control, and that's what we got right now. We got control.
30 seconds.
Pardon?
You have 30 seconds left.
Okay, we got control. So we need to keep that control there. And everybody needs to, you guys need to visit these ranches that you're saying that are disgusting. You need to visit them and see how, what's going on there. In 30 minutes, you can't really describe everything to you, but anyway, I hope that all of you look at it there and we get a plan going to where we can.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind everybody again, there is an agendized item, and we want to kind of stay on the agendized item when we go to public comments on that item. There seems to be a very fine line, or a gray area, if you will, but that has to be determined by the chair, which I have a responsibility of doing. I'll try to be consistent, but there are some very gray areas, and we'll try to be fair to everybody. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Chair, you have time for one more speaker.
One more speaker. We will resume public comment on a general session at the end of our discussion on the agendized item, as in accordance with our policy. Any other speakers?
Good morning. I didn't intend to stand up and speak, but I feel like there needs to be a clarification. Mr. McManus spoke just a few minutes ago about how people were disrespectful from the audience toward the supervisors. And Mr. Oliveira, every time you introduce the opportunity for public speaking, and at the beginning of every meeting, you talk about mutual respect. And I think the display of disrespect that was shown from the supervisor level was really embarrassing and uncalled for. So I'm just trying to remind the supervisors, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but there were comments made which I think were very disrespectful to the public and also to members of the staff of Calaveras County. So I hope you'll remind them when they begin to speak and begin to criticize in a disrespectful way that they should also refrain from that sort of comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break, then we'll go to the agendized item. We will resume public comment on a general nature after the discussion and that agendized item has been addressed. We'll be taking a break for 15 minutes. Yes, Sheriff, thumbs up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. Now, Madam Clerk.
Item 3 is from the Administrative Office to continue a special study session on cannabis cultivation in Calaveras County.
Is there any presentation by staff for this particular item?
The planning department does not have a specific presentation ready to respond to any questions you might have. We're just here to respond to your questions.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Mauer. Any comments by the board before we get started? Sheriff, go ahead, please. Okay, we'll take a quick moment, make sure our electronic systems are working. No, we're just we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to view it and hear it, sir. Okay. Thumbs up. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sheriff, proceed, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to bring a couple things to your attention. We did a illegal marijuana grow not too long ago, and we came across a substance, a pesticide called Furadan. This is a pesticide that we're having to deal with in our county now that is going to cause a lot of problems. I'm getting my glasses so I can read to you here a little bit about some of the things that we're having to deal with, and some of the things that not only code compliance, but my deputies and environmental health, fish and game, and other entities that may have to deal with this stuff. It says, and this is a MSDS, for those of you who don't know, it's a material safety data sheet. It says, Furadan, poison if is swallowed, may be fatal or harmful as a result of skin or eye contact or by breathing dust. Wear long-sleeve clothing and protective gloves when handling. Wash hands and face before eating or smoking. Bathe at the end of the workday and change clothes daily and wash before reuse. Environmental hazards. This pesticide is toxic to fish, birds, and other wildlife. Birds feeding on treated areas may be killed. Birds killed by Ferdinand pose a hazard to hawks and other birds of prey. Runoff from treated areas may be hazardous to fish in neighboring areas. The use of Ferdinand may pose a hazard to the following federally designated endangered threatened species known to be found in certain areas within the named locations. Canadian geese, California counties. Ferdinand is a chemical which travels, seeps, or leaches through soil and can contaminate groundwater, which may be used as drinking water. Ferdinand has been found in groundwater as a result of agricultural use. Storage and disposal. Keep out of the reach of children and animals. Store in original containers only. Store in a cool, dry place and avoid excessive heat. Disposal. Completely empty container into application equipment, then dispose of empty bag in a sanitary landfill or by incineration, or if allowed by state and local authorities, by burning. If burned, stay out of the smoke. These are some of the chemicals that my people have to deal with, and again, in code compliance, environmental health. If we don't put something in place to solve this problem and give me and the rest of this county the ability to combat this stuff, we're going to have some serious problems health-wise in our county. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other staff member wish to present? Okay, then we'll open it. I'm sorry. Ms. Callan, thank you.
Thank you. So I've been over in my office listening and taking copious notes. I wanted to just give a general update from a fiscal standpoint and also make one correction. What I've heard over probably the year that we've been having, 2 years that we've been having active discussions about this, and more so over the last year with the potential of the excise tax, I think there's a public belief that the excise tax that's going to come in is going to somehow make its way to the school districts and the fire districts and CAL FIRE, and the reality is it doesn't. The excise tax is to the county general fund. That's it. If the board were to take some action to have it be allocated outside of the county offices, certainly you have the authority to do that, but at this point, this is a general fund excise tax. Okay. I also wanted to give you just an update in terms of revenue that has been collected to date for that excise tax. As of today, it's $1,079,000 is what has been collected. In terms of what has been expended for regulatory costs to date from the inception of expenditures in the program is $2,061,000. 58% of that is on salaries and benefits. In terms of what has been budgeted for the 17-18 fiscal year for regulatory program, I know that there's still discussions with the administrative office. We are estimating probably about $2.5 million is what I'm guessing. Based on the current expenditures and the trends that are going to go through the end of this month, I would guess we're going to have about $1.4 million remaining of the regulatory fees that were collected. So that leaves a gap between the regulatory fees that we have accumulated and spent compared to what's going to be budgeted for next year of $1.1 million. Just kind of to keep the math easy, that means we would need 220 commercial grows approved by June 30th in order to collect that $1.1 million. At this point, I just contacted the planning department. We have 108 approved commercial grows. So if you recall, the application fee gets repaid a year from approval. So we kind of are looking at it on when we're going to get that next application fee. So right now, that's what I'm looking at is about a $1.1 million gap in the regulatory program.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi, you have a comment or a question?
I have a question. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for giving us these numbers. When we talk about renewing the fees and collecting that, the initial group of approvals, it's 1 year after, so we'll be getting, so when you baked in that June having to have that 220 approved to keep the pump prime, for lack of a better term, that's going to happen incrementally over the year as well. Because people will be paying in December and all
Yeah,
that.
so if it was approved in October of 2015 or 2016, then they pay it in October of 2017. So it's always 1 year from when that approval happened. So we're kind of trying to figure out, you know, at what point are we going to get that additional application fee? So in order for us to get an application fee in the 17-18 fiscal year, in order to match the expenditures that we would be, you know, the outlay of those expenditures in 17-18, that approval has to happen by June 30th of this year.
Our expenses, as we look at this, I mean, they don't all happen. It's not an even layout of expenses, right? So, you know, we have revenues coming in, and we've got expenses higher in the summer during eradication efforts and other things. So,
well, it's the regulatory program.
It's a cash flow.
It's depends on what types of activities are happening with that regulatory program, whether it's inspections or abatement or whatever it is. So just depending on when those, you know, when the ebbs and flows of those activities happen.
Right. So the 1.1 million.
Well, it's a total of 2.5.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, it's not that we have a hole. We just have we have a cash flow.
Well, we do, because we only have 108 approved grows as of today, and I need 220.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Mills?
Not so much for Rebecca. I'm sorry to kind of step into the middle of it. Sheriff, there's one thing that you probably knew, but we should let the public know, and that is Furadan has been revoked for use in the United States since December of 2009. It is not a product that is sold in the United States, correct? Okay, I just wanted that clear, that these people then are bringing this harmful chemical into California, into Calaveras County from some other country besides us, because we don't sell it here.
Correct.
Okay, and it becomes a hazmat situation for you.
Absolutely, and that's the point I was trying to bring across to the board, that you're putting, and again, these were found on illegal grow sites, that they're bringing this stuff into our county and they're putting our staff at risk.
Any further questions of the board, or by the board? The sheriff or Ms. Callan? Ms. Callan, I have a question. On the regulatory fees collected due to the marijuana applications or cannabis applications, in dealing with the environmental protection violations or that enforcement, is that funded by the application fee of the commercial grows, or is that out of that scope?
If there's environmental, like, fines, is that what you're talking about?
Cleanup, any environmental cleanup, that's not funded by the application fee?
The abatement costs can potentially come out of those regulatory fees.
It does.
It
It's funded
can.
by, it can. Correct?
Yeah, it depends on what the circumstances were for whatever that abatement was.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. In regards to environmental cleanup or environmental fines, so whether they be applied by the state or the local jurisdiction, I mean, I've heard from the state that none of the money that they fine people actually comes back to the injured county. My question would be, to what degree are we providing fines for environmental cleanup to recover the costs of those efforts that take place?
That would be a question maybe for council or the district attorney's office. I do know that we have had environmental cases that have had associated fines and penalties, you know, with them, that we have that have been paid, and we have seen those deposits come through. But it depends on if the district attorney's office and she's spoken to you about this, you know, at length as well, depending on what the resources are in order to go after those activities. So, I mean, it is happening, but it's kind of separate from the regulatory fee piece. So, okay.
I think I'd like to get a better understanding of how that procedure works. I don't know if we can get our folks from environmental health over here or someone from the district attorney's office. Maybe they may have some information that applies to this. So I'm going to reserve staff comment until we can get representatives from that department here to speak on that issue. Is that agreeable with you, Ms. Callan?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not an
Thank you.
expert on environmental activities, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this time,
Mr. Chair,
I'm
if
sorry.
I could add a little bit to what Ms. Callan said as far as the revenue picture and the timing of, she's correct in that the renewal under the urgency ordinance would happen 1 year from the date of the issuance of the registration. So that program will expire once a new ordinance is in place, whether it's a complete ban as currently directed by the board or some other regulatory ordinance. It also would go away without any action as of February of next year, February 14th. So there is a small window there where additional revenue could be taken in by the county for the renewals. If the county were to adopt a different regulatory program, new fees would be available with that new program at the time of new submittal and it's the whole new program. Again, that's a big if because the current direction from the board is you want to ban it. And so that's the current direction that we're working on. But just so the complete picture of how the revenue would come in and the timing of that would be that if a program is adopted that requires new registration, that would be new registration fees collected at that point in time. And then there would be, again, a small window of re-registration application fees coming in for those that were issued between September of last year and middle of February of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason that we're discussing this, I believe, is we're just here to discuss alternatives, but in that discussion, we have to realize funding for any alternatives or for the initial ban ordinance that we have. So I feel as chair, it's important that we discover all avenues for funding of those decisions once the board makes those decisions, or we go another procedure, just to qualify what we've done during the last 10 minutes. Is there any other comment by staff or by the board regarding this issue before I open it to public comment?
I have one comment. I just want to, in case it wasn't totally clear, none of the people whose applications are expiring or that have current registrations or pending applications would be renewing. Whatever urgency ordinance replaces the existing ones automatically terminates the cultivation rights of everyone that has a pending application or an existing registration. So if everyone was going to re-register, there would be everyone would have to reapply and pay their application fees when that program initiated. So it's not quite the case that you would have to wait a year for renewal of the existing registrants. The program terminates, it ends, and at that point, everyone who reapplied would then pay the registration fees at the initiation of that program. So there wouldn't be a year-long break between the county accepting fees.
Any comment to that issue? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind we have 3 minutes, and you can only speak once.
Could I just ask for some clarification quickly?
Sure, Madam Clerk.
My understanding is that today's continued item is for that portion of the meeting that was not discussed. Do we need to just read into the record what that is?
I'm going to have counsel comment on that.
The meeting from the 30th was, in fact, continued for purposes of discussion of alternatives. However, what was agendized for today's meeting was the study session, and the staff report that accompanied it included everything that was discussed at the last meeting as well as what was going to be discussed today as far as alternatives. So as far as the Brown Act is concerned, anything related to any of the items that was discussed last week at the study session as well as alternatives would be open for discussion today.
Okay. Any comment by staff on that? Do we have an understanding? Do we have an understanding in the public here, folks? All right, at this time, we'll start public comment. Madam Clerk.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I have 3 ideas. First, we were asked what would we like to see. What I would like to see is a 3 to 5 year trial run or experiment to determine if cannabis cultivation can save or bail out a small rural county that's on the verge of financial ruin due to a devastating wildfire and other factors. I think give it a chance to see how it works will be the best way to determine whether it's going to be beneficial to the county. I know that California has approved cultivation. I would urge you to accept, embrace, and tax it. Make it work. At the end, we could reevaluate the amount of money generated, and whatever money, I'm not willing to give it all to the Sheriff's Department. I think some of it should go to home care workers who have not had a pay raise in 7 years. My second alternative would be, since it is legal in California, and counties are allowed to accept or reject it, to allow each district in our county to determine whether they want to accept or reject it. And of course, any money generated in those districts could be used only in those districts. Finally, when the Sheriff's Department finds an illegal grow, they destroy everything, even the valuable crop. Don't burn it, auction it off.
Excuse me a moment, Bonnie. I'm going to admonish you once, because we're going to be taking some other action. Please show respect to speakers. And this is for everybody in this room, in the foyer, and on this board and our staff. Interrupting them is very rude and disrespectful. You'll have your opportunity to speak at the mic during public comment. Thank you. I apologize, Bonnie.
That's okay. When the county has excess, surplus, resources, old vehicles and equipment, they auction it off. I think the valuable crop that is now being destroyed could be used to refinance our shortfalls, to keep programs intact, and to fund programs that are not fully funded at this point. That would be my 3 suggestions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to think outside the box, because I felt it was important when you said, what would we like to see? That's what I would like to see, a trial run where it's determined whether it's successful or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to clarify. It was brought to my attention that a statement was made at the last meeting on the 30th that discussion was going to be limited to the alternatives. Since I was not here, I wasn't aware of that comment. However, under the Brown Act, what is agendized is what is on the topic, which is ultimately fair game for discussion. It is in your discretion. There is a lot of leeway in your discretion. However, under the Brown Act, because of the computer system that just pulls the agenda item from the last week's agenda to this week's agenda, the entire staff report and the entire item was pulled over. So under the Brown Act, the entire staff report, so it would include everything that was discussed at the last meeting, as well as the alternatives, is on today's agenda. So just so this board is aware, under the Brown Act, you can consider and listen to comments and discussion on everything that was discussed at the last meeting, and today there is that flexibility. If you have, because that was stated at the last meeting on the 30th, you do have discretion to solicit input on that, since there was already public comment on the remainder of that agenda item last week. That is in your discretion, but I wanted to make sure that everyone was clear of what the extent of today's item was. Is that
Thank you, counsel. I'm aware of that. I'm going to take, I'm going to ask you, sir, is this a point of order? All right. Then I'm all right. There you go.
Excuse me, I really apologize for this. I don't want to do this, but we understand that we have 3 minutes each to give our opinions of what we think. Do we have a total time frame that this discussion is going to be? If there's no time frame, then we don't have to worry about jumping up there as fast as we can.
We're going to go as long as we possibly can for everybody to get a chance at public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, I'm going to exercise a little discretion here. I understand we have environmental health, and I'm going to interrupt public comment for a presentation or questions to environmental health. Sir, could you approach and identify yourself for us?
Yes, I'm Brad Banner, the agency administrator.
Okay.
And we also have Lisa Medina here, who's the environmental health manager. So between the two of us, we can try to answer any questions.
Hello.
Any questions of them? Supervisor Mills, you got your finger on the button.
Might as well turn it on if the finger's on the button. So regarding this entire issue, when it comes to the cleanup of hazardous material on these eradication sites, to what level are we capable of doing cost recovery on that? And do we have the staff necessary at this point? What level of staffing are we going to need to properly handle it based upon what you see out there now?
Well, I think the remediation will be part of the code enforcement process. What we have seen is we have been, as an agency, looking at the sites as regulators, and we have prioritized the sites where people have come in for pesticide ID through our ag department, and we've found pretty good compliance of the people we've looked at, because we've been looking at those people that have already proactively worked to comply.
Okay.
I guess more to the question is, for those that are not complying, I deferred to Madera County recently deciding that their cost to clean up was about $250 per plant. I don't know that we've actually done any cost studies to determine what that number might be.
No.
And so, should that be part of our structural element here, no matter how we discuss this going forward, to know exactly what those costs would be? You're shaking your head, so I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the purpose of the question.
Supervisor Garamendi?
This is just follow-up. Supervisor Mills, in the Madera study, was that total cost of abatement or just the environmental piece? Was that total cost? So that was the sheriff, planning, everybody coming in. Okay.
So let me turn on my mic. Sorry. So the point was that they have done some type of study to figure out that cost, and I'm just trying to determine whether or not we need to have a full rounded discussion on not just a piece of it, but all of it, including the environmental costs, and to what level we need to do that cleanup within those specific locations, whether it be, whether we call it legal or illegal, whatever it is. If we find it, what is it going to cost us to clean it up? And if we don't know that number, then we're really shooting at a dark horse here to try to figure it out. And I would just assume we know that before we make our decisions.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Garamendi, any further on that?
No, just looking.
I do have one question. The fines generated by environmental health violations, are those levied by the county or by the state or by both? And where do the proceeds of those fines go? State, or does it come back to the county?
I'm not aware that we've been fining.
I don't know.
Not for the Coupa programs, and the cannabis would fall under
I'm
specific.
going to ask you to speak right and loudly into the mic, please.
Yes. Okay, so the question was, where did those funds specifically come from, and how are they allocated?
Correct.
So currently, under the Coupa programs, any fines, which we have not stated any fines, or we haven't processed any fines to date, those would go back to the Coupa program as funding.
Okay. That would fund the program then.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moss, I understand that you would like to address this issue?
Sorry, I just...
Mr. Moss is our assistant CAO.
And former Brad. And so to answer that question only because I was here for a long time, one of the mechanisms that environmental health uses is a circuit prosecutor program with the district attorney's office. And I don't know if they've used that certainly for this program, but for environmental, what they call environmental crimes. The circuit prosecutor program has been used. Those monies, as I understand it, go to either A, the state, or B, to the DA's office. So that's a separate issue altogether, in addition to what Lisa just stated as well. That's the other avenue. But I just want to clarify about the circuit prosecutor program. So thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi?
Brian, you should all stay up there. The WCB, which enforces or uses Fish and Game to enforce our environmental laws and water and whatnot, they collect certain fees, penalties based upon what the crime is. Part of those funds come back to the county and fines to the county. I know that in the Fish and Game Commission, we see those funds come through every once in a while. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that that is true, but I can tell you that environmental health has not realized any of those funds.
Right. They just come back in a different route.
Where we do get some revenue and it goes into a Coupa trust fund is when there's these statewide enforcement things against, say, a box store or something like that, and it's a statewide enforcement, and then we participate in providing information, and then we get a piece of that, and it goes back to that Coupa trust fund. But that's the only fine money I'm aware of.
Thank you very much for coming over, folks. Appreciate taking time out of your busy day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody here from the district attorney's office? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to public comment.
Chairman, I think the building director looks like he has a comment he'd like to make on this.
Okay, I'm going to ask your indulgence to let the building department make a presentation.
Sorry, folks. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm familiar with the Madera study and the cost per plant that they placed on it. I feel it's inherently flawed based on the cost per abatement, both civilly and criminally, will vary so greatly based on type of terrain, type of grow. Are there legal issues? Are there criminal issues? So I just wanted to clarify that stamping it costs X amount of dollars per plant to abate is flawed. So I just want to clarify.
Thank you. I think that's why, just to bring that study up is nothing more than to provide a jumping off point for the discussion, and that some counties have tried to find a number. And not that the numbers are valuable, because, again, our terrain and our soil conditions, there's a lot of things that play into it, but that we do have to have that conversation somewhere in this total discussion. So I'm not saying that's the final answer. I'm just simply saying let's look at what that might be and know what it is going into it.
Absolutely, Supervisor Mills. I understand why you're making the point. I just wanted for the greater audience here to understand that a per plant cost will be very, very difficult, if not impossible.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renner. Further input by staff? Now we'll go back to public comment.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I was recently appointed at this position last week. So we have a number of policy suggestions we would like to see in any permanent ordinance. First, we recognize that commercial operations must be moved out of residential neighborhoods. We also acknowledge that acreage limits are needed to move commercial operations out of the neighborhoods and onto appropriately sized parcels zoned for the use. This is necessary to get it out of the majority of problem areas that are currently plaguing the urgency ordinance. If we have an ability to get out of the residential neighborhoods, we are going to be able to actually have a workable program where there's a middle ground for all sides to meet up. There will be losses on all sides. The cannabis growers are going to suffer losses. There are people in the community who will be upset about the fact that there's any regulated cannabis. But this is the only way that we can actually meet our budgetary restrictions and have a working cannabis program here in the county. It was very clear. Rebecca Kalin said we need 220 registered farms for the program to be viable. We have further policy prescriptions, including we believe every compliant farm that is forced to relocate and is fully compliant under the urgency ordinance should be allowed a single lateral transfer of their license to an appropriately zoned and sized property. These farms forced to relocate should be allowed at least 1 year to shut down, 3 years to move to an appropriate property. If they have ceased operations during this transition period, they can maintain good standing by paying a placeholder fee while their farm that is currently zoned out is no longer in operation. We believe that allowing multiple permitted farms on a single parcel scaled to the acreage limit will allow for compliant farms to quickly transition to appropriate locations without creating a real estate rush. The state has also released draft regulatory guidelines that allow for multiple permits on a single parcel. I gave all of you the packet last week specifying this particular provision. We support a fixed cap on the number of farms based on the number of operations that are fully compliant with local and state regulations. This would be about 200 to 300 farms at most. We encourage expanding and strengthening existing noise ordinance to toughen restrictions and sanctions on violators in any permanent ordinance. We support regulations prohibiting the use of generators. We support the inclusion of a night sky provision in any permanent ordinance. We also are in favor of provisions requiring proof of legal on-site water source for every farm to address the issue with water trucks. We also support the administration of road impact fees for commercial operations to address increased traffic impacts on county-maintained roads.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind everybody, clapping, we've got a lot of folks that want to have their turn at the microphone. I'll buy that, but I'm not going to do the clapping thing. Appreciate it.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Patricia Brooks, Special Assistant to Alameda County Board of Supervisor Nate Miley. And from Alameda County, we hail greetings to all of you in Calaveras County. I rise today and I drive up to this beautiful Calaveras County simply because, as our work on CSAC has shown, in working with rural communities, we all can come together on basic, realistic regulations. And a couple of things, and I'm glad to hear CCA mention this, because for some time now, reasonable regulations have always included non-rural residential. Reasonable regulations have always included Department of Justice background checks. That's a public safety issue. Those are common issues with CSAC. And working with, and I know Supervisor Oliver, hopefully you'll be able to speak about your experience in CSAC. We appreciated having you there. Personally, as I sit on the state cannabis working group and the state track and trace, there's tons of work to be done. But understanding the rule understanding, this is not about tons of money coming into the county. This is really about a way of life for rural residential. And as we sat and listened to 150 people in the room, we heard the cries from rural residential. This is a way of life for Calaverians. We ask, as CSAC members, we ask as board members, that you look at all sides of this argument, understanding that we still have the case out of Riverside. You have every right as Board of Supervisors to actually ban this out of your county. We understand that. We respect that. We look forward to your guidance as to how we can actually have people who are in the rural areas understand that this is the law in the state of California. However, we don't want to encroach on your way of life. How we can do that, we're hoping that our champions who I've been lobbying to help us with the stakeholders group We'll come together as we do in Alameda County, respectfully understanding the role of the Board of Supervisors and respectfully understanding our planning director, Peter, who's been very helpful to Alameda County. We all are helping on the county levels. We ask that you look out to CSAC. We ask that you look to Alameda County, Yolo County, Sonoma County. We are all here to help. This is a discussion. It starts perhaps today, but it certainly will not be over. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Patricia.
How wonderful it is to be here today. I'd like to thank these fine folks for letting me come up here and speak out of line. I was long gone, and then I accidentally made a phone call to your sheriff here, and he said, why don't you come on down here? I made it from San Francisco. Just a couple days ago, I was on Crissy Field on a 72-degree day, playing with and just having a great time. And here I am again with you people. I just love you people. I really do. I get to see too much of you. What Calaveras needs is just stability. And what we don't have now, and we haven't had for several years now, is that stability. It's affecting businesses. It's affecting development. We need our general plan worked on. We don't need to be distracted by marijuana any longer. Whether you have a regulatory ordinance, which most likely you should probably put on the ballot as a county-sponsored initiative, or if you have a ban, it doesn't matter to people like me. I have a project down in Copperopolis area as well. And yeah, I drug a lot of people up here a few years ago and we invested in quite a few projects. So we would like to get our money out of this out of this beautiful county of yours. This is I consider Calaveras County my home county. I've known the people in every walk of life, legal marijuana growers, illegal marijuana growers, registered marijuana growers. And I better tell you this, the illegal marijuana growers, I talk to them. They're my neighbors, not direct neighbors, but in town. And they say, listen, we have a less than 5% chance of getting caught. We might as well grow. It's the best odds we're going to get. So enforcement's a key here. Whether you have a ban or whether you have regulation, enforcement is a key. Okay? How much more time do I have?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
What do you want to talk about? Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about marijuana. I'm not naive to marijuana. Of course, like most people, I probably tried it once or twice in my youth, and I can remember how it dramatically affected my life one day in the 1990s. This house that you can look at the house on SF Gate. It was featured in the Monday edition of the real estate section as a house that nobody could sell. It's going for $28.5 million, and that's the reason you can't sell it. Well, one day a friend of mine had some marijuana brownies, and they were in the freezer. And I hadn't tried marijuana in years. And that night I had a date with Ashley, who was a girl of the Big Ten in the Playboy magazine. And this was going to be a great day. But then I had the marijuana brownie, and that kind of ruined the evening. So it's had a negative impact on my life. Have a good day, folks. Take care.
Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1. I have something for the board. I had asked to do a presentation, but I realized the limitations of public using county equipment that we paid for. We might bring a virus into the network. Anyway, those are actual pictures. I have more, approximately 300 pictures of registered grows. The sheriff and other county staff have been very liberal in their presentations of illegal, unregulated, nasty, environmentally corrupt grows. My wife and I came here 6 years ago after her father died of pancreatic and esophageal cancer. he asked us to grow marijuana for him. We hadn't grown marijuana in years, but we did. We grew it for him. We grow it for other cancer patients, patients with Parkinson's, MS, seizures, patients who have just pain. We make a pain cream. It doesn't get you high, but it does take your pain away wherever you rub it on. My wife and I came here 6 years ago. We bought a house that had black mold in it. We bought a house that had 18 truckloads of garbage that we took to the county dump and paid to get rid of. Used tires. I still, when I walk my 20 acres, have found old tires in the bushes. And I haul them up and I take them to the dump and I pay to get rid of them. We've cleaned that property up. We've made it livable. We've made it our home. We have a view of the Sierras and the Yosemite, Half Dome. Not the great iconic view because we're north, we're not south. We love it here. We love our neighbors. Our neighbors appreciate us. We've grown marijuana since we came here. When we bought our property, we asked planning, we asked building, we asked Sheriff Kuntz what we needed to do to grow marijuana here in Calaveras County. We were told. We've tried to abide by those rules. We've registered. We are compliant. She has the license. All we ask is to continue to try to provide medicine for sick people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Julio Guerra, and a resident of West Point now. A few years ago, when I was general manager at the Murphy Sanitary District, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors helped us out, spearheaded by Marita Calloway, and helping us get rid of 10 years' worth of domestic sewage sludge. So I'd just like to thank you guys for that in the past. Regarding the issue at hand, I looked at the draft EIR. I looked at the ordinance, and I wonder why you would require an internal grow for medical purposes when that is definitely not the most ecologically sound way to proceed on that matter. And also, I'd like to endorse an earlier comment that said, why can't you approach this in a district by district fashion where, the concerns of the neighbors can be seriously addressed, and the concerns of the growers also, and their potential contributions to the county as well. And the one final thing I would like to say is that in wastewater, I was a grade 4 environmental compliance inspector for over 30 years, and I can assure you that regulation is the way to go. You have a sewer system, you put all the sewage in a pipe so you can treat it, and so it doesn't spill out where it's not supposed to go. And and I would like to endorse a system of regulation of cannabis growing to better serve the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Robert Schufeld. There's not just two choices. It's not ban versus regulate. There's ban, there's regulate, then there's liberty. You know, those are the two. A ban and pure liberty aren't going to work. Neither of those are going to work. If we have a fully free market well, the market might react and change things. But if we don't have any regulations, we're either we're trying to ban it, or we're going with do whatever. This is Calaveras County, the land of liberty. Neither a ban or that will work. You have to go the middle path, which is regulation. And it's going to take time, and it's, you know, I'm a young man. My parents used to be bandsters. You know, if they lived here, they would have been bandsters at one point, and they would have been totally against any of this stuff. But the history is marching. Like, it's everyone's opinions on this have changed, probably even people who are completely against commercial activity in the county. They at least now probably acknowledge that there's a need for personal use for like individuals with medical needs or what have you, or as the state says now, if you just want to do it. And I bet you 20 years ago, some of the people that accept that but don't accept cultivation or anything else wouldn't have accepted personal use or medical use. There's a clear trajectory of history or reality. It's that we need to regulate it, we need to accept it, and if no one, we got to get along. There's going to be bandsters living with people that think it should be illegal because that is more profitable. That's our county. We have a diverse county with a lot of different people in it, and and the whole thing with the district lines too. I live in one district, I work in another. I know tons of wineries pulling in cash money in Murphy's every day. Their production's down in Angels or down in Copper. We can't just think about our own districts. Those lines are imaginary. The reality is outside, and that is our entire county that is here together. And we can't walk away from the table. If my parents had disowned me, that'd be sad. But now they're advocates for commercial marijuana. And they're not advocates, but they're cool with it. It's because it was a process. We got through it together, and we're a family in Calaveras, and we need to all get through it together. And we can't, to quote some, we can't take our ball and go home, because we're all on our own court. We all live here. It's all our ball, and that's getting it right. We got to get it right, and it needs to be out of these neighborhoods. It needs to, it probably needs to be way stricter in certain areas. Maybe it needs to be loosened up in others, but we need to talk about it, and we can't go with no rules, and we can't go with a ban, because those won't work. The middle path is regulate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to interrupt the public comment right now. I understand DA, District Attorney responded to our request. Thank you very much for coming, Barbara.
Thank you. I apologize for the delay. I was watching the board meeting from my office, trying to get some work done, and after the third subtle hint from the chair, I decided it was time to come down. I was also trying to get some numbers together. I do apologize for not having a formal presentation. I was not asked to present one, and I can certainly do so and try to put something together with some finer details if you wish. Perhaps for the budget hearings, I could try to do that, or we could do it at a different date. So let me know what your
that would probably be appropriate.
Okay. And I can invite my environmental prosecutor down. So I think you may have some questions directly for her. With respect to how it works with the CDAA and the environmental prosecutor, that is a program that is run out of CDAA, the California District Attorneys Association. It's a special environmental circuit prosecutor program. So this is an attorney out of Sacramento that I have deputized to do our environmental cases. I share her with 7 other counties. We have been shamelessly monopolizing her time over the last year to give her expertise and her assistance with any environmental cases from commercial cannabis. What she's been able to do is she's come for trainings, she's come for the meetings, she's come for the environmental task force meetings, which are the meetings that are held with environmental health and some of our local departments, and that's actually a multi-county task force. She's handled the approximately 28 referrals from CAL FIRE for the timber harvesting cases. This is taking trees without permits for a commercial purpose. It's converting those trees for a commercial purpose without the required paperwork. So These are cases that CAL FIRE worked up, and they worked up in isolation, which was somewhat unfortunate, but that's how it's gone this last year. I'm hopeful that this year coming up, it won't be so fragmented, and we will have CAL FIRE with some environmental cases, with some water cases, and if you're having that, you are also having unfair business practices, so that we can have a wider breadth of actions and causes of actions for people who are cheating the system. But for this last year, we've been limited to just pursuing the CAL FIRE cases, the timber harvesting cases. We had 28 referred to my environmental prosecutor. A number of those have settled. Some of them were outside the statute of limitations due to the rules that apply to the taking of the trees, and many of those are proceeding administratively at this point, because they're outside the statute of limitations for a criminal case or for a civil action. The cases that we did pursue, many of them have settled civilly, and we have gotten the settlement checks for them. The distribution of those funds is determined by statute, and it's very specific. It is, and it depends on the type of charge. It depends on the type of violation that we are able to allege and prove, and ultimately, if the case settles, how it is settled. Okay? And so the distribution of funds is going to depend on what the violation is, what we can prove, what's been agreed to. Are we going criminally? Are we going civilly? How are we resolving the case? So for all those specifics, there's not one easy answer as to where the fines and penalties go. It really depends. And I hate to give you the lawyer answer, but it depends. It depends on what's happened. I do want to let you know that this has taken approximately 180 hours of deputy DA time, over 40 hours of paralegal time to the program. That doesn't include the time that dribbles down to my office for these cases, because certainly my staff does help out with the filing, with some of the paperwork, and we're not counting those hours. And this is time that is free to the county, because it's free to my office. We're not reimbursing CDAA for that time. It's part of this program that we take advantage of. And like I said, we've been monopolizing a lot of the deputy DA's time. This is a program that I've chosen to be involved in because we do not have these expertise and these resources in-house. I don't have an environmental prosecutor on staff. Some of the larger counties have their own, and they don't use this program, but we use it because we have to, and it's a good program. So, but it is a shared resource, and I'm actually not sure how much longer we're going to be able to monopolize their time. And this is why, for over a year, I've been asking to beef up our resources in my office so that we can pursue these cases. And certainly, my wish would be to pursue them with the wider range of actions that are available if we have the resources to go for them, if the sheriff's office has the resources to pursue these other angles. For instance, tax evasion, workers' comp, the broader environmental crimes, all these other actions that there's already laws on the books for. We just need to be able to pursue them. So I was concerned because of the amount of time that if we had to take these in-house just to do the CAL FIRE cases, 180 hours of prosecutor time plus 40 hours plus of paralegal time. So that is very clear that that's not something that we could have taken on. That is just the CAL FIRE cases. Okay, these are the ones that CAL FIRE kind of stumbled on, not with any cohesive approach. Do I think they could have been broader? Do I think there could have been other angles? I absolutely do think so, because if someone is taking trees and not doing it the right way, there's probably some environmental violations as well, possibly some stream bed issues. Certainly, they're not filing their paperwork. They're shaving off fees to increase their profits. They're engaging in unfair business practices. They're probably not paying all the taxes on it. So, one thing flows to the other, and those are all actions that we have not been able to pursue. As far as straight-up criminal cases, it started off as felonies and then were reduced to misdemeanors after Prop 64. We had 31 of those filed. They're done or they're pending. We've got one out on arrest warrant. We have another 38 cases that appear to be best pursued as straight-up urgency ordinance cases. I've had conversations with county council about cross-deputizing Ethan to possibly handle those. I do expect those to be litigation heavy because there will be litigation on the urgency ordinance itself. What we find also is that when we are talking about these type of actions, a lot of times the defendants will have private attorneys, and they can be litigation heavy because it's not just about the penalty, it is about the constitutionality of the statute and of the action. So I'm not exactly positive where we're going to go next, what next steps we're going to take on that group of cases, because Ethan, he's just too busy with the administrative abatements and everything else that he's got going on. So, at this point, I'm an attorney down. And so we're just going to have to see what the next step is. We still have time on the statute of limitations, so don't worry. They're not going by the wayside. We are still considering those. And I want to remind you that I think the sheriff spoke on how many search warrants they've done. My office works very closely with the sheriff's office on those search warrants. We review them. Due to my staffing and shifts in staffing, I don't have the luxury of a dedicated person to attach to the marijuana enforcement team. With this area and with all the changes in this area of the law, that would be the best thing, to have an attorney attached to the marijuana enforcement team, someone who is embedded, someone who can work very closely, and be accessible at all times. The way it is right now, unfortunately, for his deputies that are working on these search warrants, it's if I've got an attorney available. It tends to be 2 or 3 different attorneys in my office, myself and 2 others that have had a lot of experience in narcotics and search warrant review, but it's who they get, and it's not always consistent in who they get next time when they're coming, maybe with the second draft of that search warrant where facts change. So that's not the most efficient way to go, because then you have more people having to get up to speed on it instead of one person who's rolling with it and can be advising as things happen. So we're making it work, we are doing it, and I just wanted to make sure that that didn't get overlooked, that when the sheriff talks about search warrants, my office is also involved in that, and we've just been absorbing that aspect of it, and we're doing the best we can. I would like to do it more efficiently, if at all possible. I think I addressed the specific questions. If you had others, like I said, I'd be happy to prepare a more formal presentation if that would be helpful, and perhaps invite my circuit prosecutor here to talk about some of the more specific drill down on the fines and penalties. I would like to caution you, however, that while I'm willing to provide that information, when we're talking about cases that my office is pursuing, we cannot look at the revenue. We cannot look at what we do as a way to generate revenue, and I'm cognizant of the fact that that's important to Mr. Lutz during our budget meeting last Friday. I explained to him in how I put it in the most easy way for me I think to put it is that we're not pirates. We can't look at cases about trying to get revenue and exact revenue in order to increase our coffers. Now, if that's something that does flow to the county, so be it. But we are driven by our duty to seek justice. We never look at cases and what we do as a source of revenue and how can we make money, how can we recoup costs. Once we start doing that, we've lost all our ethics, and that's not something that we're willing to do. So I can have those discussions with you, but I want to caution you that that would be our approach. We're not looking for revenue, and I'm certainly not going to start now. That's not how we do things.
Thank you for not being prepared to make a presentation.
Oh, I have a PowerPoint with all kinds of moving pieces.
I believe Supervisor Mills, you were first with your light.
Close by order of light on.
I guess so.
Does the light on mean a question?
Light's on.
Okay.
Do you feel that a forensic financial analyst would be of some value to your department as a position, either full or part-time, going into the next budget cycle?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And could you explain to us exactly what that value would represent? Again, I'm asking a loaded question because you and I have already had this conversation, but I wanted to have some clarity on that value and what that really brings to the table.
Okay. For the purposes of the cannabis discussion, somebody who has the ability to follow the money, to figure out where the money's coming from, where is it going, are taxes being paid, is a very valuable tool in addressing and holding an industry accountable, whichever way you go. I think the position is important, and it's a way to deal with what the county is facing, whether there is very strict regulation to it, a ban, or loose regulation, or a carte blanche. Either way, this is a way to hold the actors accountable, hold anybody accountable who is trying to cheat the system, whatever system is in place. It is a money-making industry. It's a cash-based industry, and the only way you can hold someone accountable is to follow the money. And you can't do that with routine investigations. So the investigation that a forensic accountant can engage in is somebody who can follow the money, who can go after bank records, purchase records, and just really follow where it's going. And if someone is not able to say, well, you know, you have all these assets, this cost this amount of money, how did you purchase it, where did that money come from, then you can build a case around that, whether it be an unfair business practices case, whether it ultimately ends up in tax evasion type of case, whether it ends up in something that we could put together as far as maybe an asset forfeiture case, a totally different type of civil action that we have not discussed yet. So any of those type of actions require a financial investigation, and that is not something that any of our agencies right now have the capacity to conduct. We just don't. We don't have that expertise. We don't have those personnel. We don't have the right people in the right places. And I know that the sheriff has recommended the position or supporting the position be in my office. I actually have no problem if it's in the sheriff's office. You know, it could be maybe in Barbara Sullivan's office. It's something that the county needs in place in order to not have just a very limited type of approach that we can handle. For instance, I draw back to what I told you about the Cal Fire cases. One slice. Was there much more going on? Absolutely. But we didn't have the right tools. We didn't have the right foundation to take this multi-faceted approach. And I think that is one of the missing pieces. I would say, however, that I'm not interested in setting up anyone for failure. So if you went down this road of supporting a forensic accountant from my office, the sheriff's office, whoever, that's great. But we need to be able to take that next step. Otherwise, you're setting up that position for failure. So, you know, so for the past year, my request has been for, you know, this kind of unit. A marijuana crimes unit, cannabis crimes unit. And I think through my discussions with Mr. Lutz, he said something that really resonated and made me think, okay, that is a way, that might be a better way to look at it. A consumer protection type agency, a consumer protection group. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about protecting the consumers, protecting the public from this new business, legal or not. So, you know, if you think about that, you should have all these different pieces. You know, we can take one tiny little piece. That's fine. We can keep going after this one tiny little piece, the Cal Fire cases, the timber cases. But we're missing out, and we're not having much of an impact. So, you know, that's why my request has been to invest in a way to handle what we have before us. And so it has to be all of it. You know, would I be happy if you just said, okay, you can have this one piece? You know, 50-50, because, like I said, I don't want to set up anybody for failure, and I would be worried that that's what would be happening. For instance, if you gave me an attorney just to do these cases, okay, that's great, but we don't have these other pieces, so we're going to be limited in what we can do, if that makes sense. All right.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much. Madam District Attorney, I think we all agree public safety is paramount, and thank you for your work. I had a couple quick questions, since we were talking about environmental impacts and Cal Fire cases. What is the statute of limitations for a violation like this?
It depends on the charge, and it depends on, some of the charges depend on the date of discovery compared to the date of the act, and that's where we have some issues with the recent group of Cal Fire cases. So it will depend. And I can, when I come back, I can give you the rundown on those if you wish. I do have a breakdown on some of the charges if you are interested. The penalties, 30%, I'm sorry.
Actually, that wasn't my next question.
Okay.
Of the 28 violations, how many of those were on legal and how many of those were on illegal cannabis sites?
You know, I don't have that breakdown. I think they were mixed. Some were on grows that had put in their paperwork. I can't say if any of them were on grows that had been issued the permits by that time.
Because I think that would be an important thing for us to know as we think about alternatives. You know, where are environmental violations happening? Certainly, we all want to protect our environment. We appreciate the hard work that CAL FIRE does, your partnership with them.
So you want to know?
I want to know of the 28, how many were done on grows that had applications in pending, how many were done on applications complete, and how many were just out and out illegal grows?
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I got.
And really quickly, I know there's no question pending, but for certain of the fines and fees, 30% are distributed to the county, which first have to be used to reimburse my office for any investigation or prosecution. 30% go to the investigating agency, and 40% to Timber Regulation and Forest Restoration Fund, used for grants to remediate the effects of the grows. So that's for certain of it. Just to give you an example of the statutory breakdown.
Barbara, before you walk away, can you give us any idea of what the costs are going to be? You said that there are 38 UO cases.
Pending right now.
Is it 28?
38. No, 38.
38
pending with my office right now.
What general cost is it going to be, and who's going to pay the costs to prosecute those cases? I mean, it depends on the charges.
If they stay in my office,
yes,
it would just be my office and my staff. General fund.
General fund. Okay. And then if there's fines levied, of course, that would come back to what, your office?
You know, I don't actually know because we're talking about taking criminal cases to court.
Right.
So I have not looked at what the formula breakdown is for any fines and fees that go to the court. Are there any that come back to the county?
Could you bring that back to us in the next meeting? Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if there are any that would come back to the county.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes, Barbara, do we have any idea what the total number of acres or trees are that we're talking on the 38 violations?
I do not have that in front of me. Oh, for the CAL FIRE cases, 28, yeah. The 28?
20 acres is
okay.
What it was.
Okay.
And during the course of the prosecution or the outcome, are they required to restore the
yes.
properties? They are.
Yes.
So that's part of.
That's part of the settlement. These were all taken civilly.
Okay.
We did not pursue any of these criminally.
Thank you.
And many times that's a better way to go. That's a better way to go in most of these cases, to go civilly instead of criminally. And then, as I said, even those that we cannot pursue civilly, they've been referred back to the agency for whatever administrative processes they might have available to them.
Thank you, District Attorney Hill, for coming over on such short notice and providing an excellent presentation without preparing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume public comment, and we'll be breaking at 12:30 for lunch for an hour and a half to give a chance for our staff to get a little refresher lunch and get things going. So, our next speaker, excuse me, sir, get everybody's attention. Folks, can we proceed? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Lent, and I'm a resident of Arnold. And I'm neither a grower or a consumer, so I don't really have a dog in this fight. But what I wanted to talk about, and I came here because I watched your meeting last time and saw Supervisor Tofinelli have a concern about regulation and want to discuss that. And that's what I am. I'm actually 30 years I was a regulator. Manager of a large, complex, urban regulatory program, namely San Mateo County, And so I did the same thing your Coupa does here, and I had a district attorney, a prosecutor, I had a DA investigator. We did a lot of environmental regulation. I was also a responder for 30 years, so I was a hazmat guy. I saw a lot of calls, and I'm a chemist. My degree's in chemistry, so I have some technical expertise. I'm a trainer. I'm a certified state trainer. I was the statewide training coordinator for the California Coupa Forum for 15 years. So I know a lot about inspection and regulation. And I just completed, in fact, I just completed a contract with Calaveras County to provide some consulting services, and I got to take a look at your cannabis growing operations. And I'm probably going to give a flip side to the sheriff's presentation, because I saw the environmental impact, and I saw the illegal grows and what they can do, and that's got to be eradicated. Now, the grows that I went out probably about 100 grows, a little short of that. And I saw a new industry that wanted to be regulated, that thought that this would validate them, and they were eager to comply. It's not complicated to regulate them. It's fairly easy. I could see there was a concern with the lack of results and the lack of inspections that were done at the last one, at the last meeting. From my perspective, if you have a large fire that affected your staff, and then you had this whole tidal wave of applications that came in, and you have 700 applicants, and you still have the same number of staff, it's very hard for them to process that. And so, pardon me? 30 seconds. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that it can be done. You probably would need to have an assessment done. I heard comments about the staff being not getting their work done. I have to say that the staff that I work with at Calaveras County was of the highest caliber. And they were great people, hardworking people. You don't have an employee problem, you have a retention problem. As far as, that's it?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Bill McManus. I think we need to step back a little bit and see where we've been, where we started, where we're at, and where we're going. A couple of years ago, Mr. Oliveira was the sole surviving member of a board that, when faced with this problem, voted 5-0 to do nothing. Shortly after that, we started proposing a ban, which went nowhere. The compromise position was the urgency ordinance, which has proven to be an abysmal failure. As recently as January 31st, and I have some time stamps for comments that were made, the board has clearly expressed its will to ban all commercial cultivation. Every single supervisor who voted in the polls and in the vote has been consistent. Mr. Tofinelli, Mr. Mills, and Mr. Clapp saying things like, we need to do it now, we need to get this thing moving. When's it going to be done? Where are we going with it? Please report back. We want it by certain dates, so forth and so on. I can give you a copy of the metered comments that came from that meeting. What disturbs me is the board has expressed its preference. Its will is known. 3 members have voted repeatedly to take a course of action. 2 members of the board find themselves in the minority. Well, I'm sorry for that. 3 votes rules on a board of 5. The 2 people who are in the minority someday may be in a majority on other items, maybe general plan, budget, who knows. But it's unethical for those 2 that are in the minority to try to undermine the will of the board, the majority of the board that is speaking. And when I say undermine, I'd like to know who is entertaining an alternative plan. This board has never, ever, in any of its discussions, said, yeah, let's have 2 parallel ordinances coming forward. It's always been the ban. So someone along the line is trying to inject items into this process that are contrary to the will of the board. The urgency ordinance, like I say, has been an abysmal failure. Regulation is an abysmal failure. If you only have 100 applications approved after this long, how can you say that regulation can work?
30 seconds.
It can't. What you have is regulation without enforcement. That is chaos. You move forward with another plan that's considered a compromise. It's going to be no different than the urgency ordinance. It's a grow and regulate. We've seen that there's no problem growing, but there's a huge problem regulating and getting it done. So I would ask the board to go along with their decisions so far, stick by their guns, and keep going towards the ban.
Time is up.
All right, thank you.
Did you say we were going to continue with who's up?
When we get back from lunch, if we go to 12:30, we'll continue with public comments, sir.
Members of the board, directors, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Gonsman. I'm a resident of District 1, Calaveras County at this time, but I've been here for 30 years, so it used to be District 5. Nevertheless, in thinking about what's going on, and excuse me for having to read this, but I prepared this just slightly before I got here this morning, and so I'm going to read it. In thinking about what's going on in our county, one can't help but think about two previous times in our history, events or things or events that happened that are comparable to what's going on now with our marijuana movement. Those things would be the gold rush of 1849 and the lottery of sometime around 40 years ago. The thing that makes this comparable with our issue of marijuana today is that all three are basically the possibility of one to get rich quickly opportunity. All three take a relatively small investment for the most part for huge financial returns that are possible. In the case of the gold rush and industry and also the marijuana industry, the environmental issues are huge. As our sheriff said this morning, this is just another example, and that's just one example. This stuff's going on all over the place. Even the legal growers have admitted that they wish that the University of Davis would come up with some chemicals that were satisfiable to the state of California, but they're not going to do it. Why would they want to cooperate with them? That's not their business. Nevertheless, it just, and the other thing is regulations. The last Board of Supervisors meeting, there was 2 or 3 people that got up and said, growers, that said, I don't care if you guys ban it or not, we're not leaving. Well, you might say, well, that was because they were illegal, but I didn't see any legal growers get up and say, I disagree with that, gentlemen. We follow the law. Gentlemen, they do not follow the law. The majority of the supervisors in this county have asked the people, have asked the supervisors, and the people of this county have repeatedly said that they want a complete ban.
30 seconds.
I demand that the Board of Supervisors force the Planning Department to produce a ban now. And for anybody that's in this county that's appointed, and not elected but appointed, that is not following the direction of this county's people and the Board of Supervisors, be fired. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Eric Williams. I have a homestead and registered cannabis farm in West Point. I have a few suggestions on alternatives to a ban. So for the people complaining about commercial in residential neighborhoods, one solution would be to increase the acres that are needed to grow in residential zoning. A second solution would be to decrease the percentage of the land that can be used for cannabis cultivation. In the UO, it's 15%, so you could lower that, and that would force the farms to be a little smaller in those areas. You can increase the setbacks in residential zoning, and you can also limit the size of the farms in residential zoning, so you cannot allow big farms. Another complaint is on light pollution on the night sky, and the solution is to enforce new state guidelines that say from sunset to sunrise, any lights on a cannabis farm have to be shielded from the night sky. Third major complaint is on generator noise. And again, you can follow the same new state guidelines. They're not going to be allowing any generator use. It's only going to be allowed for emergencies or temporary usage. And so if somebody has a power outage and they need to use a generator, they would be able to, but using a generator for pumping water each day, daily use of generators, will no longer be allowed by the state starting next year. Another complaint is on increased wear and tear on the roads, and a solution would be to charge a road fee on the cannabis farms. And the final complaint I hear a lot is a lot of people don't want Calaveras to become Cannabis County, and a solution to that is to allow no new grows. And so just from the pool that we have of compliant registered growers, allow them to move forward and don't allow any new growth in the industry. And finally, I would ask that whatever the board does change, if it decides to go with regulation, that if a farm is currently compliant and currently legal, but becomes uncompliant from your changes, that you would allow them to move properties to a compliant area. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, my name is Reed Larson. I'm a cannabis cultivation registrant and property owner in Mountain Ranch. Today I want to talk about compromise. I hold an opinion often seen as unpopular amongst my constituents. I would begrudgingly welcome further restrictions on cultivation as long as regulations allowed for the cannabis industry to operate here. I would cede my rural residential cannabis cultivation registration in exchange for the ability to take my good name elsewhere and operate on a more appropriately zoned and sized property. I would be willing to set aside my pride and continue to invest in our wonderful county under a wide array of compromises. If there is a ban, I'll have to leave. I will have to consider selling my properties and starting anew. I will take my business, my education, and my skills elsewhere. I'm open to compromise, but this industry must remain. At the end of the day, I need a job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joan Wilson, District 1. A lot of good things have been said here, and I agree with a lot of them. Some of them I don't agree with. A few points that I'd like to bring up is there was one concern about farms being in small areas. The state recognizes small businesses or small farmers. They're called cottage grows. And perhaps something like, maybe somebody on 2 acres may still want to grow something, maybe not 22,000 square feet, maybe something smaller. So perhaps the percentage of the garden could coincide with the what the size of the land. Maybe something up to 20 acres or more could handle 22,000 square feet. There's several 22,000 square feet gardens in my area. They go unnoticed. Another thing was trucks and roads. I would suggest attach the fee to the truck and the load, not to the farmer. There are other farms in this county that does not have to pay a fee for that. And there are farms in this county, such as myself, that don't use trucks and heavy loads. I have a small farm. So I think it should be attached to the truck and to the load. There are other entities, such as construction businesses, cattle businesses, many other businesses that use heavy trucks and heavy loads. And I think they should share in that bill. Give the sheriff the ability to get rid of these bad people and these illegal grows. Please don't tie his hands. The man has a big enough job as it is, and we want to help fund that. There was also something about taxes. There are about $7 million more that is going to come into this county on those taxes. So hopefully we won't end up with a deficit. There was limiting to the number of farms. Of what size? Are they only going to limit 250 farms of 3,000 square feet? Or what? There does need to be new grows. People are going to die, and we don't want farms to die along with them. Mills pointed out that the cost to clean up suggests a new EIR specifically for a ban, and put it on the ballot. If you gentlemen come up with regulation, I think the people need to have a say. There were several people that say that their vote was taken away. And as far as if you do decide to ban, I will follow the law. I always have. I've only grown legally. I will grow the biggest 6 plants I can. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon. Prapana Randall Smith, District 3 voter and cannabis cultivator. I'm here to rise to the occasion, thanks to Mr. Tofinelli asking growers to stand up and say what they're for. And I'm speaking exclusively on behalf of my business, Magic Show LLC. What we want to see in a permanent regulatory cannabis ordinance. 1, we want to remain here and be responsible citizens and business people with a locally licensed cannabis business. 2, we want our neighbors to feel safe through effective and timely enforcement of state and local regulations, as well as those pertaining to land use, including limits on rural residential. We want to be among the first to apply for state licensure beginning on January 1, 2018. We want to apply for and obtain a local license this year. 4, initially, a specialty indoor cannabis cultivation license for up to 5,000 square feet of canopy, that is a license 1A, and then expand over time to a small indoor license of up to 10,000 square feet, which is license 2A. We'd also like to apply for a manufacturing license, 6 or 7, as these are the only other types of licenses that cultivators may obtain as per state law. 5, we want to be able to take our products to up to 2 or 3 locally state licensed cannabis testing labs as required by state law. 6, we want to be able to hire locally and state licensed transporters as required by state law. We want to be able to take our product to up to 3 locally and state licensed distributors. 8, we want to pay our fair share of taxes and see that the money benefit all Calaveras County communities, particularly with regards to public safety, public health and welfare, infrastructure, parks and recreation, libraries are not here, we'll throw those in as well, comprehensive eradication of unpermitted cannabis operations, county staff, including wage and benefit increases, and any other expenditures the Board of Supervisors deems appropriate for the county. 9, we want to see our colleagues who are presently licensed on RR properties be afforded the opportunity to either rezone their property or move to another property that is zoned for cannabis businesses and be given sufficient time to make said move. Thank you. 10, we want the Board of Supervisors to take the lead on this issue by enacting comprehensive regulatory cannabis control ordinance as permitted by state law. I'd also like to add that we strongly support or urge the Board of Supervisors to consider the appropriateness of a new cannabis control agency to enforce the county code pertaining to all cannabis activities. And the basic idea is the 5 paid commissioners would work with a department headed by a director, and I'd like to suggest that commissioners be required to spend at least 75% of their paid hours out in the field, getting to know the industry, so that, at least for the first few years, so that every single cannabis business will be visited by and known to county officials. The remaining 25%
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
On other
3
activities.
minutes are up.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Holly Johnston. I'm from District 3. I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Policy. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't have a song this time. What I do have are many suggestions for regulation. Many things are already in the emergency ordinance that I agree with. I think it's a good structure to start with. The following are suggestions for some possible improvements. I think that the county could offer a class on proper pesticide and fertilizer application that is free or at least affordable to cannabis growers. This will help decrease improper use of fertilizers and pesticides. These classes could be offered several times in a year, so it's easy for growers to attend. Money perhaps could come from registration fees or taxes. As far as unregistered growers goes, make it possible for people who haven't registered to register. If they can't register and want to grow, they will just do it illegally. Give them a chance to do it legally, or the county will be spending more tax money to shut down grows of people who would likely be willing to sign up and pay taxes if incentivized and able. If you're worried about people moving here for the weed boom, well, it's happening anyway, but perhaps give further registration priority to people who've lived here for a certain span of time, like a year or 2 years. Support local. Ensure that our county's cannabis production stays in local hands. Roughly 5 years down the road, California will allow large multinational for-profit corporations to move in on the industry. Please don't let that happen here. Preemptively ensure that companies such as Philip Morris don't buy out local farms. You think you have issues with cannabis now. If Philip Morris were growing weed in our county, we'd have much bigger problems, and there would be little to no accountability for companies such as that. Locals care far more about their community environment than any out-of-state company possibly could. Dispensaries. They shouldn't be harder to put in than a pharmacy or wine retail store. They are necessary if we want to keep more of the money from the cannabis produced in our county within the county. Recreationally, they're a boon to tourism. Medically, they're a necessity for patients. Taxing. Tax based on dry weight of final product, not on canopy size. Taxing canopy size makes little sense. In a bad year, it punishes people who have already had enough troubles as they have suffered losses to their businesses. This is farming, and losses can be severe. In a good year, a canopy tax is not proportional to the amount grown. It also forces growers to use their entire registered area, whether or not they're prepared to do so. Thank you. I will skip ahead. Once the regulations are in place, don't be too harsh on small growers hiding in the bushes still. They are getting used to the idea of legalization, and in time will likely want it for themselves. Focus on the excessively large illegal grows that are harming the local environment. Particularly focus on those growing on public lands. They are the real problem. Smaller growers will come around and register if they have the chance and see that it's actually worthwhile and safe for them to do so. Don't vacillate. Part of why people hide in the bushes is that they're afraid their names will be put on a list for regulation and then it will be banned again. And this dream of legalization that we've longed for decades will be gone, and then their names are on a list. Thank you very much, and don't ban the herb in our county.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have this last speaker before lunch.
James Walker again, Murphy's from Calaveras District. Every time I've watched these things, and I get to be here this time, I hear the UO's not working, the UO's not working. 80 years, sheriffs before him, they were a band. They had full, reign to criminalize and to put people behind bars. 80 years, and it did not work. It didn't. A ban is no different than a non-criminalized approach with no money. Our sheriff's department we need to have people everywhere. He has to have the best equipment. He has to have the best staff. He has to have, it has to be done. Regulation is the only way. Prohibition never worked. I knew an old cop in North Carolina who was there for Prohibition, who used to work it. And he told me that it was the same as sending a single officer in a slicker with a coffee cup underneath Niagara Falls, telling him, stop that flow, and if you have any spare time, pick up what got past you. And he told me that if you continue to add officers, they're still never, ever going to stop that flow. 19 years they did it with booze, and it never worked. 80 years we've done it with cannabis, and it has never worked. Bans don't work. Bans make the problem worse. You tell Americans and human beings they can't have something, they want it. You give it to them, they lose interest pretty quick. Our teens don't care about pot, really. If you talk to your teens in this county and our young adults, they don't care. It is the same as a ham radio set to them as far as drugs. It's the old way. These guys are beer bonging whiskey. These guys are looking for extracts from human pineal glands to get, it's horrible. And we've got our sheriff tied up in this cannabis thing. I worked California Department of Forestry when I was younger. I worked out of Altaville on a 5-man strike team. First fire I responded to, working CDF, was a crank lab on fire. And all my NOMEX and new issued, it all had to be burned. I went to hand-me-downs for the rest of the season. Those are problems. These chemicals, illegal grows. I heard the environmental person say, we haven't issued anything to these registered guys. They're trying to be compliant We haven't found problems. I've seen some of these grows, kelp and blackstrap molasses. I see more running out of our parking lots into our watershed, in front of our grocery stores from vehicles, than I see dangerous substances on the commercial grows.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that'll be our last speaker before lunch. We'll return at 2 o'clock. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We'll resume with public comment.
Good afternoon, board members. Something for the clerk. Good afternoon, board, staff, sheriff. My name is Jack Norton. I'm a registered cannabis cultivator in District 1. I moved to Calaveras from Alameda County, about 60 miles west of here. I came for the opportunity to participate in the newly regulated cannabis economy. To gain licensure basically is the culmination of a decade and a half of work in this field that is only now becoming normalized. In Alameda County, members of the Board of Supervisors, industry advocates, concerned citizens, and interested parties have been meeting regularly for 2 years to discuss and collaborate on the local ordinance counterpart to the state MCRSA. I've been an active member of this stakeholders group. And there are other participants in the Alameda County stakeholders active here in Calaveras. Sonoma County has a stakeholders group. Napa and Glenn counties are in the process of forming their own as well. This model has been shown to be an effective way to reconcile opposing views and move regulation forward. So we believe that the citizenry, industry, and government can collaborate, and that spirit is needed here in Calaveras. In Alameda County, we have a respectful relationship with our Board of Supervisors, and we desire to bring forth that cooperative relationship here in Calaveras. To that end, I circulated a brief memorandum that I distributed to the clerk as a starting point for a discussion. Thank you, Board, for your time and for holding this study session.
Thank you, sir.
Crystal Kesey, District 1 voter. First, I'd like to extend my condolences to Supervisor Clapp for your loss. Please know we have empathy for your situation. I'm here today to speak for the registered farmers who have successfully navigated the urgency ordinance regulatory permitting process, and for those farms who are pending approval and will be approved. These are your county trailblazers, your first cannabis business taxpayers, your good neighbors who stand with the greater Calaveras community in the desire for prioritization of public safety and sensible regulation for this emerging industry. What these farmers represent is a window into the future of what sensible regulations would look like. Luckily for all of us stakeholders, community members, and decision makers, we have immediate access to information about these farms. We should study them for the ideas that work in our community. They have received approval already, so there is data to be mined from their existence. These farms, including my own, have been vetted by the sheriff, by planning, environmental health, and by code enforcement to ensure these business people are following local ordinances and following them completely. We are now paying taxes. Here's my paid 22,000 square foot tax bill. Navigating this regulatory process takes a tremendous effort on both sides of the planning desk. Congratulations to the county staff who have so diligently, under great pressure, vetted these farms to completion. Congratulations to the farmers who have obtained their business licenses. May your businesses prosper and continue as we're now less than 6 months away from the potential of a state license to complement our local business licenses. In any potential future regulations here in Calaveras, the issue of cannabis businesses in rural residential must be addressed. It is very clear that rural residential should not be considered in any manifestation of future regulations. We concur. But what about our registered farms who, under the UO, have been given business licenses and their farms are on RR? I'm here to tell you that I've spoken with a number of these business people, the registered people, who are concerned about the future of their businesses on the rural residential properties. Registered farmers on RR who have successfully obtained a business license should be allowed, somehow, some way, to be able to continue their livelihoods if regulations prevail in Calaveras County. These are the Calaveras farmers who bravely came forward to work in partnership with both the county and the community. Let's not take away their hard-earned rights. If they aren't a nuisance, then there are effective land use planning solutions based on precedents in other local California jurisdictions like Humboldt, Trinity, or Sonoma counties to offer these affected businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board, Sheriff, staff. My name is Chris Metz, resident and business owner of District 2. In the past 2 years, we've heard a lot of impassioned arguments on both sides of the fence. Today, I will address only facts and compromise. Mr. Tofinelli and any board members who are willing to find a middle ground, I thank you for hearing our suggestions. As a member of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, I will continue where our director, Trevor, left off and give our recommendations for a permanent ordinance. We support the road impact mitigation fees. The county should consider allowing local private associations impacted by farms to access some of these funds or levy similar fees for the maintenance of their roadways. This could be assessed and administrated through the fee structure and nexus study, which would objectively analyze these costs. We believe every farm should maintain strict compliance with labor laws and worker safety regulations established by the state of California and Calaveras County. This includes on-site documentation, adequate housing for workers, adequate sanitation, personal protective equipment, safety and handbooks, guidebooks, and appropriate tools and supervision to use this equipment. These are some of the regulatory provisions that could help us to assure worker safety on compliant farms. We support the use of application fees to pay for a county staff position overseeing and enforcing worker safety and compliance in the cannabis industry. We also believe that a permanent ordinance should include provisions requiring every local licensee to participate in a verifiable track and trace program. Strict regulation and taxation is the key to a successful and prosperous Calaveras County. Thank you for the time, and we look forward to continuing this discussion at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ann Hill, and I feel that I have been ignored and unrepresented. I am one of the majority in this county that are not on just one occasion, but more than one, that we have decided we do not want commercial pot growing, and we don't want the dispensaries. We now have innumerable youngish type people ramming the roads with no regard for road curves, oncoming cars, speed. Our fence was run into and damaged 6 poles, all the wire ripped off, and one of the poles was an 8-inch post in cement, and they managed to break it completely in half. And of course, not even a by your leave, but they did leave all their broken car parts there for us to clean up and to fix our own fence. Last week, a blonde woman in a dark green Saturn type car with gold pinstripe was going so fast she missed the curve. This is going past our house. She drove up the bank on the left side, then she came back to the right and made sure she took out the fence of our next door neighbor. So Bob and another neighbor went over and they repaired it so the goats wouldn't get out. But you know, these people want to be good neighbors. They want to be real good neighbors. But when they do damage, they're not around to be seen or heard. Let's see. We've repaired the fence, and let's see. And let's remember the 2 dump sites at the high school. It was hazmat. They had to clean it up at taxpayers' expense. But they want to be good neighbors. Yeah, they do. And how about the Barrett case? If the brothers were growing tomatoes or anything else, the thieves wouldn't have come. and Barrett would be living his life and not in jail. The water situation, I know the fire department's trying to figure out, or maybe they have, how to put something on the hydrants so there can't be theft to water the grows, because there is water theft. Okay, so to sum this up, I am ignored and I am unrepresented, and I hope the Board of Supervisors will do their best and make the right decision and ban all pot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Moke Hill. There seems to be an idea that the county's farmers have been rigid or unwilling to compromise with their neighbors in the crafting of regulations. I believe this harkens back to the rigid lines CCA held over the urgency ordinance. At the time, we vigorously defended growing in residential areas, low parcel minimums, etc., as you have heard today. We are now stating that we are willing to accept additional rules in regards to parcel sizes, zoning, and others in order to negotiate a sustainable future with our neighbors. Many probably believe that this represents a shift, a strong change in CCA's policies or those of the county's farmers. The truth is, absolutely it does not. Allow me to explain. Under the urgency ordinance, all regulations had to be designed to address an imminent threat to public health and safety. While this holds some obvious meaning for all of us, there are some less obvious repercussions of this format on the functionality of any regulations an urgency ordinance contains. First and foremost, it is almost impossible to build exceptions into any rules outlined in an urgency ordinance, as any exceptions represent potential vulnerabilities in the argument that the UO addresses an imminent threat. For this reason, any farmer that was found to be irreparably out of compliance of our UO based on their zone, size, location, or otherwise would have only one option: shut down. The UO rendered it completely impossible to survive the implementation of many different types of regulations, and so we advocated against them. However, under a permanent ordinance, elegant compromises are possible. If the county decides it wanted to implement rules that made it impossible for people to operate where they are currently located, it could allow them to relocate, thus giving us a path to survival. This is the difference between the UO and the permanent ordinance. We had to hold a hard line with the UO, and because it was the only way to survive, because intelligent solutions were not legally possible under the auspices of urgency. But with the permanent ordinance, a middle way is possible. Compromise is possible. Under a permanent ordinance, I believe you will find us to be flexible and supportive of the efforts of this board to find a workable compromise, so long as some small path to survival for good, compliant people is secured. We have long since given up being comfortable. We'll settle for viable. The only rules we oppose are those that a significant portion of us could not survive, period. Most of what the public wants, most of the problems outlined with the status quo are not insurmountable, and in fact are quite solvable, and we're ready to do our part. So now today, when a local leader of cultivators got up and stated that we would be willing to accept removing our industry from residential neighborhoods, out in the foyer, about 40 cultivators cheered. Believe it or not, we get it. Not all of us, but enough of us. We get it. And to make this point, I'm putting myself on the altar. My farm is 5 acres of unclassified. If I have to move, if I have to relocate, if I have to build a 2-story statue of a jumping frog, if you'll give me a permit, I'll do it, so that this works for everyone. You just need to give me a path. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Today you've heard multiple compromises that could mitigate many of the problems. One of the main problems going forward ever since last year, one of the things I also agree with, was that it should not be in our communities. I have before me a proposed land use map for the new general plan, and if you look at the map, I'm going to say 60% of the county is under rural residential. Now, if you look at it further, you go into each individual community. And in each individual community, they aren't just strictly rural residential. There is some industrial in some of those communities. There is some working land, rural agricultural. Some of these parcels are large. So I believe that there is a contingency of things that would need to be done to mitigate this issue. Not just rural residential per se, for zoning, taking that out, but also proposing in the community plans something to the effect that they do not want it within their communities for areas such as rural agricultural, industrial, or anything else that could be a zone that would be applied. Moving on further, I have brought up before the board in the past that I believe the yield conflicts with the community plan with Rancho Calaveras in the sense that they don't want any commercial uses or activities within their area that's not in-home business, which in my opinion, as soon as they categorized the grows as a commercial use, that conflicts with the Rancho Calaveras community plan. So I believe that that's one way to go about doing it. They have made many suggestions for mitigating these issues. I definitely would like you to consider them. Something else that has come up before the board today is track and trace. We have a valuable asset within this county that has been to the state level talking about track and trace, and it actually is in the bid for proposing it to the state as the track and trace the state may use. And I would like you to consider this person as a valuable resource that the county can ask certain questions as they move forward, as they know all about it. And this person's going to speak after me, Vivian. I would like her to speak on track and trace because it's the glue that would hold regulation together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Vivian Sage, District 1. Regulation can represent a substantial value creation opportunity for Calaveras. With this in mind, we believe a permanent ordinance must include provision requiring every local licensee to participate in track and trace. As it will take more than 3 minutes to share the technical details and schematics, we would like to share the basics of McCurse's distribution compliance and track and trace key features and benefits. First and foremost, it has to be noted that track and trace represents a very strict compliance model and is the glue that will hold the entire industry together, where only the best will survive it. As an integrated system across the functional applications of farmers, manufacturers, and retailers, data will be collected, monitored, controlled, and transferred into a seed-to-sale track and trace portal, which will enable the following achievements: eliminate product diversion risk and control tax evasion. For example, when taxation moves away from canopy to weighted tax. Position law enforcement as stakeholder number one in the county, providing a fundamental tool to combat illegal grows, manufacturing, and sales operations. Protect the consumer via quality assurance and health and safety. Ensure environmental protection. Put the county in full control of the compliant industry players and as a reflection of the non-compliant ones. Deliver a complete set of tools to provide the county with end-to-end supply chain management capabilities. Understand the industry end-to-end economics and deploy the appropriate taxation instruments to ensure the related timely, complete, and accurate collection of tax revenues. Create employment opportunities and foster business innovation. Protect and strengthen the fabric of small to medium enterprises, which constitutes the backbone of our county and, as a matter of fact, of the entire Northern California economy. And lastly, implement an appellation system. We already know that we grow some of the best medicine in the state here in Calaveras, and therefore the nation. Now we can certify it from seed to sale and transform it into a competitive advantage for our entire county economy. With specific regards to employment opportunities, jobs will be created not only in logistics, transportation, and warehouse management, but most importantly, white-collar jobs in the field of information technology and data management. A business case for change, as we know, gentlemen, is made of costs and benefits. With regards to track and trace, the benefits are plentiful and the costs of the county are fairly limited. In summary, track and trace will require 110% full transparency from all industry players across the end-to-end supply chain. We believe that with regulations, a mandatory track and trace requirement must be included in a permanent ordinance. As it will take more than 3 minutes to present the technical details and schematics of the system, we would be more than happy to come back at a later date to show you the system and answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I live in RR where there are an estimated 9 registered growers and 3 illegal grow sites. In approximately February of 2017, I sent an email to the county clerk to be shared with the Board of Supervisors, providing suggestions for revised regulations. On April 10th of this year, I and a neighbor met with Supervisor Tofinelli to share our position on cannabis cultivation, since we are both directly impacted by neighbor growers. On April 11th, I sent Supervisor Tofinelli an updated list of ideas for revised regulations. What is below, which I've given to all of you, is a list of our suggested upgrades. We are hoping for, on all sides, a compromise. I assume most of us prefer no growers in residential zoning of any type. We appreciate the CCA recommendations and suggestions that have been made at this meeting today. The majority of the large grow sites are in RR. This is a negative gift from the prior Board of Supervisors, but we have to deal with it. The list of ideas related to growers does not allow me time to present the entire list. So, in general, it covers reduced grow site square footage, it adds a maximum number of plants per year. It more specifically defines enclosure requirements, allows for adjacent neighbor feedback, and ensures impact assessment related to water, which aligns with the EIR, sets an annual limit on the number of county-approved large grow sites, revises the fee structure for large growers, sets residency requirements, expands background checking and firearm licensing requirements. The assumption is that these grow sites will remain in the residential zoning for at least some period of time. Maybe our list can be used as an interim solution until the growers can be relocated to commercial zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch, Rimrock Farms. First off, I'd like to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to be here to discuss these issues. I'm glad you didn't make us do it at midnight last week. Thank you, Chair. We've had a plethora of business owners come up here and say they're willing to compromise, sometimes heavily affecting their bottom line. Brass tacks is, this industry cannot and should not continue to operate in this county if we can't mitigate quality of life issues that are brought along with it. We've got to solve that. Supervisor Tofinelli, last week we heard you loud and clear. We've got to get this out of the neighborhoods. We're with you 100% on that. Sheriff DeBasilio, I've had the pleasure of hearing you speak at several town hall meetings here in front of the board. Background checks for all employees, national, international, we're behind you. If that's an extra fee that my business has to pay to ensure that, both Sheriff's Department staff, county staff, and neighboring parcel owners have the peace of mind of knowing who's there operating, we need to bear that cost. I voluntarily offered all my employees up. I think that you'd find that many farms here have no problem disclosing. The idea has been kicked around about an identification badge or lanyard for all employees. We're 100% behind that. The bottom line is here, we're willing to compromise. A total ban doesn't allow for compromise. At the end of the day, this industry, it's going to survive here. We want it to be in the hands of legal, registered farmers that are businessmen that are willing to take this to the next level. Businessmen and women, I should clarify that. I think that, Calaveras County needs to reach out to the state on this. I know that we're all, or many of us, are rugged individualists here and don't often think the state of California is going to swoop in and save us. I don't think we need to go it alone. I really think we need to reach out to them and see how they can. Hey, if I'm operating here in 2018, I'm going to be paying them taxes, I'm going to be paying them licensure fees. That money shouldn't just stop at the state. It should come back to Calaveras County. I think we also need to consider our new proposed general plan going forward. There's some major changes there. I think that, Calaveras County's current zoning, no fault to any current planning officials, it's a little wacky. District 2 especially, there's some really large parcels zoned rural residential that I don't know. Maybe they should be, maybe they shouldn't. I think going forward, we really need to look at that general plan as we're making decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board, staff. My name is Brett Gonsalves. My wife and I own Rolling Hills Bookkeeping. We're a newly established business in this county, brought here solely by the cannabis industry. We recognize the great need for the accounting and bookkeeping services within this industry and have chosen that as our vertical. We took calculated but great risks to make the move to this county without any permanent regulations being in place, and thus far, it does look to be a good business decision. However, I am concerned about our future and the future of many other ancillary businesses here if this industry is not appropriately regulated. From my standpoint, I can see valid concerns from both the pro-cannabis side and the ban proponent side. I take the standpoint that a well-balanced, sustainable future needs to be realized within this county. This can be accomplished with proper, well-thought-out regulation that would allow for an ample number of approved farms to continue to operate while also granting all other residents the ability to feel comfortable within their neighborhoods. When I state an ample number of farms to operate, I'm not only referring to enough farms to realize a healthy tax stream that the county desperately needs to fill the underfunded areas of the budget, but also maintaining a healthy pool of farms to allow many businesses like my own to amass enough clients to maintain a healthy and fruitful future. I ask you to please consider all areas that potential regulation will affect as you will move forward with your policy and regulation decisions. Given the current pass and denial rates we are seeing with the UO, I'm hopeful about the final number of farm counts we could be seeing if the industry is allowed to continue. According to the reports from the Planning Department as of this morning, the pass rate of the commercial farms is at 38%. Should the county continue at this rate, we would be left with anywhere from 250 to 300 active registered farms. I do agree with Supervisor Tofinelli. I do think commercial agriculture of any kind does not belong in heavily populated residential neighborhoods. Within that statement, I do also believe that any compliant registered grow that finds themselves in such a location should be granted the ability to move their operation within 2 to 3 year window. It is my belief that a well-regulated cannabis industry operating under a permanent ordinance will keep $1 million industry and the economic activity that goes along with such a large industry in this community. The lion's share of this money will remain local within the ancillary businesses that provide goods, services, and employment for local residents. Thank you for your time. I look forward to hopefully working together with you guys as a community going forward to help everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Hand, registered grower, District 2. Having a little sciatic problem today, so that's the reason why the cane. Sorry for your loss, Supervisor Clapp. I'm glad that we're talking about a compromise. I was the fourth speaker the other night talking, why don't we compromise? Put acreage restrictions on rural residential, okay? 2 acres is too small, okay? For the people who want to save their communities, if you're in a homeowners association, I was a realtor, and I know that you can put in a new classification in your homeowners association to save your homeowners association. And if they don't abide by the homeowners association's CC&Rs, then you can affect their property, okay? So there are ways that people can protect their community and their children. The registered growers, we want to work with you guys. You know, when I said, and the gentleman before me said there's possibly 200 to 300 registered grows potentially, that's where I came up with, if everybody paid the amount of money that I told you, $40,500, if I hit my goal, that could come up between $11 to $14 million to go towards schools, to go towards libraries, to go towards keeping sheriffs here, paying them a decent salary so they don't go off to San Joaquin or somewhere else where it's paying more money. You don't want to go through a bankruptcy, because I was in Vallejo when they did. Fire department was cut drastically. Sheriff's department, we had 3 squad cars for the whole city of Vallejo, okay? It was like the Wild West. We don't want that in our communities. We are willing to work with you guys, okay? So I'm really happy to see that we are talking about a potential compromise. get together with the people that are registered if you want more ideas, okay? We don't want to see the sheriff's staff cut by 10 people, the county staff cut by 20 people. That adds to an unemployment rate. We don't want that or need that in our county, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that you're only allowed one time at the microphone for each public speaking segment.
Calaveras County is a very scenic county, and a lot of the revenue that comes into the county comes from tourist trade. I believe that the marijuana growing and tourist trade are incompatible. It's an incompatible marriage, and that's how I feel. I believe that I'm a world citizen first, a U.S. citizen second, a California citizen third, Calaveras citizen fourth, and I believe that we should be bigger than the sum of our parts. We should have complementary aspects to our responsibilities to each of our citizenships. And it saddens me that the medical insurance premiums have skyrocketed. More and more people who need health care are denied it. Doctors are quitting. Lines are waiting and growing. There would be plenty of health care to go around if people did not abuse their own bodies. Marijuana is just one of those abuses. It happens to be in the spotlight now. The PERS retirement plans for teachers and other government workers are dumping cigarette stocks and investments because of the stigma of the harm it does to the body. We're talking cigarettes. It doesn't take a genius to know pot is a much worse pariah. The message that it is sending to kids and young people is that cigarettes are bad for you, but pot is okay. A ludicrous conclusion. This is turning our county and our state into a drug pusher. The internet is full of Californians and even Calaveras residents caught and prosecuted for pot-related events in other states. We are losing credibility with our fellow states and their agencies. I hope that we ban pot completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Megan Salvis, Rolling Hills Bookkeeping, San Andreas. As many of you may remember, I spoke to this Board February 14th of this year regarding the local expenditures of 30 Calaveras County farms since the urgency ordinance was enacted on May 10th, 2016. To better inform this Board and county staff, my firm has compiled a similar but more in-depth data report calculating the in-county expenditures of every Calaveras client of my firm, Rolling Hills. There are 88 in total. In the interest of not handing the Board a 36-page report, I distributed a single spreadsheet with the grand totals. Board and staff, should any of you like a copy of the full report in its entirety, my contact information is at the top of the page, and I would be happy to supply it. As you can see from the total at the bottom of the second page, these 87 farms and one dispensary spent $5.7 million at 72 local businesses in Calaveras County in 2016. They provided over 500 jobs and will pay an estimated $2.5 million in canopy and use taxes into the general fund this year. Now, these are just my clients. Triple this number and you will come to about 260 farms. The magic number we all seem to be looking at should denial rates continue at their current averages. The point I'm trying to make here is permanent regulation based on the present status quo would equate to a smaller pool to work with, remove farms from heavily dense populated areas, keeping the local economy thriving while providing ample tax funds to remove the illegal operations that are endangering the safety of your constituents and, as the sheriff shared with us last week, are potentially damaging our environment. Now, I'm no fool. Reducing the number of registered farms is not going to make everyone happy. My company will most certainly take a drastic cut to its bottom line with any potential loss in farms. However, that's what compromise is. Not everyone ends up peachy keen on the opposite side of it. The decision that we all need to work together to make will require us to put some of our personal feelings aside and make a decision based on what is best for not one person or business, but what is best for the community as a whole. I do have a request specifically for the chair. If you shall allow, the CCA formally requests that our proposals be submitted for the record at next week's meeting, if chair will allow. And in closing, I sincerely hope that this meeting opens a door to facilitate further conversations and discussions between our cannabis farmers, the auxiliary companies affected by their abilities to do business here in Calaveras, and the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair Oliveira, other supervisors, and staff. My name is Jackie McGowan, and I'm a consultant in the cannabis industry. However, I'm not here representing any clients today. I'm here to offer my insight on regulations by giving you a snapshot of what I see happening across the rest of the state. I'm probably one of the only people, and possibly the only person, that has read every single article regarding cannabis regulations in every one of the state's 539 municipalities in the last year and a half. At this time last year, only 10% of the state's counties had regulations in place, which meant 5 counties had ordinances, and Calaveras was one of those. We now have commercial ordinances in place in Calaveras, Humboldt, Marin, Mendocino, Monterey, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Sonoma, Trinity, Yolo, raising that number to 17% with regulations in place. We have pending or draft ordinances out in Alameda, Inyo, Lake, Los Angeles, Nevada, Merced, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara counties, meaning another 15% of the state's counties have commercial regulatory ordinances that are imminent. We also have ad hoc committees or town hall discussions occurring in Glenn, Napa, Plumas, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Tuolumne counties. If all of these counties continue to move with this momentum as planned, we will see 42% of the state with commercial cannabis regulations in place in counties at the end of this year. That's a big uptick. Today alone, we have 26 municipalities with cannabis-specific agenda items being discussed. We also have 5 special election ballot measures being voted on in the cities of California City, Santa Rosa, Seaside, and Upland. And we do have 2 counties that are moving backwards, or talking about moving backwards, by banning something that they had once regulated. Those are San Diego and Kern County. Both of those counties are offering a period of time for those businesses to amortize their losses. San Diego County specifically is allowing these businesses 5 years to shut down. It kills me to sit through meeting after meeting hearing how awful the urgency ordinance is and how it is an abysmal failure. Ms. Stedfield's urgency ordinance was a work of art at that time. She was flying blind and did not have many other ordinances to use as a guide. Your staff did the absolute best that they could with very minimal resources to rely upon, and I applaud your effort back then and even more so now. I'm going to end with a quote from a previous speaker that said, "Regulation without enforcement is chaos." If that is true, then how could a ban without enforcement be anything less?
Thank you.
Susan Morse, District 4. I just have a clarification. Since a year ago, we've been hearing, or I'll say I've been hearing, growers called the good growers and the bad growers. Now, as time has gone by, we call them the legal growers and the illegal growers, or the compliant growers or the non-compliant growers. This morning, the auditor said there was 108 approved registrants. So could the board or Mr. Mauer or somebody here clarify to us, to me, what actually is a registrant right now, who's compliant, who we're talking about. Are we talking about 108 people? That's my question. I need clarification. So if you could speak to that sometime today, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker. I'd like to commend you on your understanding. Thank you.
Shelley? Okay. I'm Elaine St. John. I'm with the Calaveras Republican Party. I'm the 4th Vice Chair of Politics, and I'm here to, as the Chair said, present an alternative, which would be federal help with Jeff Sessions. This is Resolution 17-3, whereas the Federal Controlled Substance Act requires classification of marijuana to be a Schedule I drug, and it has no currently accepted medical use and treatment. And that has been accepted, it has not been accepted, excuse me, for a safe use under medical supervision. Whereas the Federal Controlled Substance Act makes it unlawful under federal law to manufacture, distribute, dispense marijuana, and it contains no exemption for medical purposes. Whereas, as stated by the FDA, who you all know who that is, it also states per the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 that high potential for abuse is marijuana, no currently accepted medical use, and lack of accepted safety for those under medical supervision. Medical marijuana can exist in the United States only if marijuana is reclassified to a Schedule II. Until that changes, it remains illegal for anyone to grow, prescribed, doctor's prescription, dispense, or distribute marijuana. Whereas stated by the FDA, also a special registration is required for clinical trials. Just think about that. The DEA requires special registration for the investigator and the site where the study will be occurring. A scientific and medical evaluation available in the information scheduling a recommendation for marijuana was denied by the FDA and the DEA on August 12th of just last year. They looked at it last year. So whereas marijuana business operators can be prosecuted under federal drug and money laundering. Money laundering is a big thing with me, I got to tell you. Whereas federal money laundering laws also apply to financial transactions by alleged legal marijuana businesses. They may be a federal crime up to 10 years. So be it further resolved that the Calaveras Republican Party send a copy of this adopted resolution to the President of the United States, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, Congressman Tom McClintock, and the Calaveras Board of Supervisors. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vicki Reinke, and I'm speaking on behalf of Calaveras County Republican Central Committee. And I'm going to read the letter that we sent to Attorney General Jeff Sessions. The same letter went to the President. Dear Attorney General Sessions, Calaveras County Republican Central Committee is opposed to the commercial marijuana industry that is being allowed in the state of California and our local cities and counties. Legislation passed by our state legislators in September of 2015 allowed for commercial marijuana activities for medical marijuana. This was done without a vote of the people. Then in November of 2016, Proposition 64, the Adult Marijuana Use Act, was passed by voters making recreational marijuana legal. Calaveras County has been invaded by marijuana grows with more than 2,000 grows in 2016. The citizens do not feel safe, and there is great concern for our youth. Calaveras County is a small rural county in the northeastern part of California with a population of about 45,000 covering 1,037 square miles, a quiet community located in the Motherlode Gold Country made up of small towns, ranches, and wineries. The citizens want to be want to protect their way of life. The Calaveras County Republican Central Committee is in support of upholding federal laws on marijuana. We have attached our resolution in support. Thank you for your time and consideration on this very important issue facing our county. We hope that we can count on you to enforce federal law and prosecute those that choose to violate federal marijuana laws. And I'm going to give you each a copy, and then I have So you also have a copy of the note. We actually got a response back from Jeff Sessions, which was very impressive. He's quite an unusual person. It says, thank you for speaking out on the marijuana issue and for your support. We will not be a better society with more marijuana. Thanks for your resolution. Sincerely, Jeff. And so, you know, this is an important issue to us as citizens, and I did, because this wasn't supposed to be part of this, I really thought it belonged in the first part, so I now don't have my 3 minutes. So I want to say one thing, that a ban is a defensible thing to do. If you regulate it, as we've seen in the past, as we've seen every step of the way, we are being sued and sued and sued by the big marijuana money. And so I want you to keep that in mind. That is the only defensible thing you can do in a county, and that is to ban, because it's a constitutional right. So I hope that you really think about that, and I don't know how you think you can tweak the regulations to make it work. I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Before I just have 4 comments to make. Before lunch break, Dr. Smith and a young lady named Holly stood up here and they spoke with excellent, thoughtful recommendations. I'd like you guys to review that again. It went pretty quick, and I thought there were some great ideas in there, and they should be considered. A little background on me. I'm a resident in District 4, business owner and resident. About 12 years ago, I went through something very similar to this process with my attempt to open up a winery in rural residential neighborhoods. We went through a very long process. It took like 3 years. They rewrote the ordinances at that time to adopt a classification called small wineries on rural residential properties. I would encourage you all to revisit that ordinance and see if there's some ideas inside there that you might be able to use to accommodate commercial grows of cannabis. Brings me to point 3. Inside of that ordinance, there is a provision for CSDs, which I'm a small winery owner on a CSD. In that provision, we pay an extra road fee for our services to accommodate the usage of damages to the road because of our business. I would encourage you to institute something like that as a provision for CSDs for commercial grows. I know it would add, I think there's 8 or 9 growers in our CSD, so that would add a little bit of money to our budget to maintain our roads. And then my final point, last week you guys talked about priority budgeting, and I would like to encourage you to priority budget for roads, infrastructures, services, PR, and marketing before you budget for funds needed to enforce a ban, and before you budget to curtail any additional new revenues coming into the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Al Segal. I'm speaking for myself. First, I'd like to say our planning director has done a wonderful job this last year. You wouldn't believe the amount of things that went on he's handled. He wrote a report that concisely described everything that was going on, and I couldn't understand it until I read his report. Then I understand what was going on. And I think the solution is going to lie within the planning department. We do have a land use problem here. We have emergency ordinance, which I thought was too restrictive, and I thought it was a lot of problems, and I understand the sheriff didn't like it. But But in spite of the obstacles, the darn thing did pretty good. I understand there's been no crime since the emergency ordinance has gone into effect. And so it seems like we have a good start. We need to improve that ordinance. There's some area for improvement. Identify that in a factual way, and ask the planning director and the planning commission to designate the different uses that involve with cannabis, so that you can have harmony between all the different uses in our county. And you won't be destroying an industry, but you will be bringing about peace and prosperity. Doesn't that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I have a warning at 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds?
That'll cost you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Macias. I'm from District 5. One thing that I have noticed from around here is that I am not a grower, but everybody thinks I am because of how I look. And because of that, I think I was able to talk to a lot of people about a lot of things. And what I have come to find is that there definitely should be regulation. I agree with the gentleman who spoke earlier that said that prohibition was a terrible time for alcohol, and I've always felt the same way about cannabis currently going on in not just our county, but the entire nation. I was informed by somebody that I was supposed to come here and try to present some ideas. I myself have been trying to look into these things myself. My education is a master's in computer science, and I spend a lot of time trying to create equations to govern how games will be balanced out. I felt that some of this information should be passed on to even the cannabis system. For instance, I do not agree that we should be measuring by canopy or square footage size, but we should be measuring by volume. Something around, thank you, around 100 cubic feet should be about a standard plant. Now, some people are confused about what 100 cubic feet might represent. 100 cubic feet is about a 16 square foot area canopy, but a 6 foot tall plant. Furthermore, if we could start categorizing our plants by volume, it makes it easier to start trying to set other types of limits and rules about how they follow. For instance, we should be able to create a system by which how far away farms should be placed away from schools or parks. And if we have a standard plant size, we could say something as a relational equation that if we have 100 standard plants, they have to be at least 1 mile away. So if somebody has a 1,000 plant farm, they need to be at least 10 miles away. This would help push some of the larger farms away from our neighborhoods and our communities. But at the same time, we need to have more tiers. We need more tiers than the simple 4 that has been given to us by the state and the 1 that is written in the emergency ordinance. Thank you. That if we had somewhere around 16 tiers, we could govern more appropriately somebody who's growing between 50 plants and 1,000 plants, and we could charge them an appropriate fee table. Some of the fees of $5,000 for 22,000 acres is just not right. The conversion of which, if you were to use the standard plant theory, you have people at the small end can grow about 200 plants, and people at the large end can grow about 1,000 plants. That's what fits inside the acreage. Other things that come up is going to be penalizing people. We don't seem to have anything in place in terms of understanding what it takes to penalize, and the state offers a simple solution of having 2 times as a rate. I believe it should be more higher than that in terms of exponential assignment. If you violate 3 tiers, you should be paying 8 times the penalty, not twice.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is John Erdelin. I'm a registered grower in District 1 and a member of the Board of Calaveras Normal. These are just my personal recommendations and not any position of Calaveras Normal. Some of these have been touched on earlier already. Some people stole my thunder. We should ban outdoor grows on small and neighborhood residential lots unless it's done, and this is something I haven't heard, in a greenhouse with odor control. Using any enclosed structure with odor control, it's possible to eliminate odors as a noxious issue. If it's out of sight and out of mind, what's the issue we're dealing with then in terms of neighborhoods? I think we can issue reasonable regulations. Another one would be If there's an HOA in place, when that person applies for their commercial grow, they should have to submit a copy of HOA rules validating that there's no rule against them growing in the HOA, and we shouldn't issue a permit in that case. We should charge tiered rates for permits depending on the size of the grow instead of a one-size-fits-all fee. The largest growers should definitely be paying a larger fee, and the smallest growers should be paying a smaller fee. On top of that, I think personal growers who are growing for medical and personal use should not pay any fee. Those costs can be borne by the industry itself. Any new licenses should be posted publicly with a public comment period, such as they do with new doing business as in the paper, with the comment period and a board that can take potential complaints and neighbor issues before the permits is issued and afterwards. Anybody who's a constant issue can always have their permit revoked or suspended. I do agree farm employees should be licensed or have some kind of card and a background check, whatever the sheriff needs to make sure that the things are safe and above board. Non-compliances with labor laws should be something that can get your permit suspended or revoked, and that will mostly self-police itself because no one will want their permit revoked. If there is a ban on commercial grows, I'd like to know what the justification is for banning personal outdoors in the country on large acreage lots. Why can't someone on 20 acres grow 6 plants outside? That seems like a blanket ban. Makes no real sense in that case if it's not affecting anybody else. I'd also like to see, there's been some issue of the ban being presented by this time and why it hasn't been. I would like to know why there hasn't been a plan to pay for it presented as well. And I would like to say if it's going to be presented, we should have a specific plan on how it's going to be paid for presented at this time as well, so that people are informed before a vote is taken. I'd like to add that as a member of Calaveras Republicans Against Marijuana position, that the information presented just now by the Republican Party leadership was not voted on by the general voting membership and probably wouldn't have had the same result. Tom Clintock and Donald Trump have both expressed public support for medical marijuana. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jesse Johnston. I run the Murphy's Pines Medical Collective in District 3. This conversation is dismaying. I keep hearing the word compromise being used from the cannabis community as we attempt to contribute to our society and appease people who disagree with our industry. However, as we seek a logical conclusion to the problems we face, I don't see our desired compromise being taken seriously by the other side of the aisle. The idealism behind the ban is pushing aside logic and is attempting to force the hand of the people, even while we are sitting here on the edge of giving you massive amounts of money by paying taxes that we all voted on last year. I wish we could be talking about how we plan on using that money to make our county better, as opposed to forcing us out and shutting us down. Please, please, please don't let the fervent push for prohibition control the discussion, and let us reach a logical conclusion. We've been bending over backwards to compromise and show that we want to play this game legally. So it would be nice if you gave us some carrots, encouraging us to work by the rules, as opposed to just threatening us with a stick, which will just push more people away. Thank you very much. I hope you don't ban it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Beth Whitkey, District 2. I think the previous gentleman said a lot of what I'd like to say. We need to compromise on all sides. We all need to live together. Most of us do not intend to go anywhere. Many of us will be forced to shut our businesses down, switch over to conventional crops, do something that many of us don't know how to do. We've paid our dues. We are jumping through every hoop we possibly can jump through. We are willing to compromise. No matter what happens, I would like to see this county come together with some truth and reconciliation. I'm hearing from both sides that everybody's lying. It doesn't feel good to be called a liar. It doesn't feel good to feel lied to. There is a lot of information that's come out in the last 80 years, 40 years, to revert back to Schedule 1, saying there's no medical benefit, when clearly we see people experiencing medical benefit. Doesn't make sense to me. We know better. We've had plenty of time to study. We know that when you look at the CDC data, many normal, everyday substances cause death, destruction, disease, family discord. I lost my father to emphysema last summer. For years, he would have been on the ban aisle. He would have rather suffered than used cannabis to help him feel better, to help him eat. The one day he did use a little cannabis, he ate, he felt better. For years, he thought that his cannabis-using family members were not smart because somebody told them that we're all brain damaged. Turns out it's a neuroprotectant that helps people with brain injuries and brain problems. When you compare it to tobacco, there are 400 to 500,000 people die annually to tobacco. The CDC continues to list 0 deaths to cannabis. I want to encourage this community to come together, compromise, and try to heal from all of this division. The point of medical marijuana is for healing. Please, consider a compromise. Do not do a total ban. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Trammell, District 2. I thought this was about banning commercial marijuana, nothing about medical marijuana. I don't think we're trying to ban medical marijuana. I don't quite understand where it's going with. By the way, in my own little community in Mountain Ranch, I have a grow that last year was maybe 80, 90 plants. Now, between here and the wall there's about 450 plants, and they're still moving in plants about this tall. Is there anything that goes on about the quantity of plants and how many plants a person can have? I've lost sight of it. There was a 100-plant maximum at one time, but is that not what's going on nowadays? So anyhow, that's what's going on in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to make a couple of comments. I hope they won't be repetitive of what's already been said. I had some notes, and I'll try to leave the things off that have already been stated. I came to a meeting that was held by the Planning Department, I think it was on April 22nd. It was in this room, and it was a presentation by the people who did the draft EIR about the draft EIR and requesting comments on that document. And most of us who came were a bit confused about the contents of the EIR, and were seeking information, and we were told, no, just give us your comments and we'll note them down. So I asked Peter Maurer a simple question that is, okay, if we institute a ban in the next few months, and then in a year we turn over 2 or 3 people on the Board of Supervisors, could then the next group come back and say, well, we don't want to ban anymore. We really want to have a regulated cannabis cultivation situation in Calaveras? He said, sure. Any group, any time a new board is elected, and I suppose even among the board members that are here right now, they could change their minds and they could change the direction that they're going, which I find really troubling, having been very, very involved in the whole general plan process, which began in 2006, and now we're in 2017, and we're still without a new revised general plan. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, I think it's been well expressed by many people here, and we have great stakeholders, and we have people with a lot of experience in things like regulation and consultation on this very topic. So I would certainly support some kind of stakeholders group that would involve members of the board and members of the community with lots of experience in these areas to kind of come together and sift through many of these suggestions that have been made to try to see if there isn't some kind of middle ground. I fully agree with everybody who said today that having a complete ban or having very poorly regulated cultivation permission will not work. And so I urge you to deliberate very carefully. I hope when we listen to the discussion that you have after we end this public hearing, that we will not hear the same comments that were made last week and the week before, that you will actually be able to cite comments that were made by people in this public hearing and so many other ones that we've had before, and express your support of them or your opposition to them, or make suggestions that would improve. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other speakers? Sir?
Afternoon. Cliff Edson, business owner in San Andreas. So here we are again for the third year on this same subject. And we seem to be wasting a whole bunch of taxpayer money. I was born in 1956, and cannabis or marijuana was banned. And I went to school in the 60s and 70s. 1974, when I graduated from high school, it was illegal. It was banned. It's bigger now than it was then. Billions and billions and billions of dollars wasted of our taxpayer money that we could be building programs we could take and find good uses for things that we're wasting this money on. So, somebody says that there's no medical use for it. Okay, how do you know? We don't know that. We know that there is medical use for it. I'm sitting down at the pharmacy, don't want to say drugstore because then somebody might boycott it. So I'm sitting at the pharmacy the other day, and I listened to person after person after person go up and try to get their medications for their illnesses, many pain-related, and the cost is going up and up and up, and they're older people, and they can't afford it, and they have no alternatives. We don't know what the alternatives could be for this industry because people haven't done the research on it. How are we going to find out if we don't do the research? We also talked about the pollution. Now, it's one of the things that I was really interested in when I sat up there was pollution of our water table. And they talked about Furadan. Furadan has been used by illegal growers for many, many years up here. And it was one of the things that pushed me really hard towards regulation to try to get rid of that polluting our waterways and our groundwater. So I can go on and on and on about this subject. I know it very well. I think that we're wasting a lot of time. I actually want to applaud Supervisor Tofinelli for last week requesting that we come here and talk about solutions. And I appreciate that because we need to move forward. This is a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Bridges, 35-year resident and business owner in Calaveras County. I'm going to make this short. A couple of you on the board, you know me, I know you. I believe that your hearts are sincere. When we hear statements that there's no medical use, I think everyone on that board knows better. You may or may not approve of it, but I believe that everybody on that board knows better. What I don't like is dishonesty and misrepresentation. And unfortunately, there's been just unbelievable amounts of rhetoric thrown out that has no basis in fact whatsoever. Without trying to be insulting, we had an individual earlier trying to appear that she's representing the Republicans in this county, and I'm going to say that's BS. Okay, I'm probably as radical of a right-wing Republican as you can ever find. I am not a member of that organization, nor have I been approached, nor has my opinion been asked for. What I'm going to ask from you, each and every one of you, is to consider seriously what we're doing here. We have a lot of work that has gone into this project, into where we are today. I'm not going to use, since somebody had found the legal, illegal terminology offensive, I'm going to call it the compliant and the criminal. Okay, we have the compliant groups who have come forward, jumped through enormous hoops, paid great deals of money, put up the appropriate fencing, cleared through the water board and every other department, registered with the Internal Revenue Service, with the State Franchise Tax Board, and so forth, to be in compliance. Common sense is going to say that those people are going to comply with the law because they don't want to lose everything. And most all of them that I've encountered are good people. Are there bad people out there, or I'm going to call the criminal element? Absolutely there is, and they've been here and they will continue to be here. Our sheriff is doing a good job right now starting to clean up those guys. They're doing eradications. I'm just asking you guys to get serious here. Look at what we're doing. This isn't just a political issue, and there are people that are going to be hurt, and it's not necessary. It can be controlled. It can be regulated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Wait a minute, sir. I'm going to have you go to the microphone. Thank you. And I'll hear your point of order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Didn't you ask us not to denigrate the members of our audience and also the board of directors or anybody else that's in this? Calling that lady that was up here representing the Republican Party, I think this man was over the top. I don't understand why you didn't stop him.
Well, it's because it says I'll answer that. I don't believe there's any derogatory term. It was a statement of fact by his own admission, and that was his own view. As chairman, I don't think it reached those parameters, but it was an issue that I recognize your point of order. Thank you. Any further speakers? Sir.
Hi. I'm Kevin Wright, the Agricultural Commissioner. I didn't have a chance to speak this morning. I kind of found out about it by looking on my monitor this morning, just exactly what was going to be.
Okay, sir, before we continue, are you speaking as our Ag Commissioner or as a public speaker?
I'm speaking as a Commissioner.
Then they're speaking as staff. I'm going to interrupt the public comment and let staff have their opportunity. Go ahead, sir.
So, just to add a little color to the conversation so far, I want to talk a little bit about Furadan, the chemical that the sheriff had found this morning. And I just want to say that there was a widespread use of Furadan on alfalfa for control of weevils back before 2009 in the United States. But the registration for any use of Furadan has been taken away from everyone in the whole USA. So there is no label it's not registered for any product, and there's no residue that can be found on any product, including food that comes in from any other country in the United States. However, it's still legal for use in some third world countries. So the Furadan that was found in our county this time was from not only from an illegal grow, but it was smuggled in from an outside source. There's no permit that can be issued by my county or by any other county to buy Fioradan in the United States or in California. So that was banned in 2009. But that's really not why I wanted to speak today. What I wanted just to say is, you know, we're here to make a decision. And what we want to do is to do something that is proper for the long-term future of our county and for the citizens of our county. So what is going to be best is what we have to ponder here. What is best for the future of our county? A ban or a regulation? You know what, to tell you the truth? I'm not sure. But I do know so far, up to this point, Calaveras County has been going it pretty much on their own. You know, back in, was it February 16th, I don't know if it was 2015 or 2016 when we first did this. You know, I said there was going to be a long road and that we weren't going to get any help from the feds until 2018. Well, here we are. It's almost 2018. And I think that with the help from the feds and the money that we can get from our own project that we have going here, that we can make the future positive with a regulation for cannabis. What we have now, state is on the cusp of having 3 agencies help us. We haven't had that before. We have the Bureau of Marijuana Control within the Department of Consumer Affairs. They're going to enforce licensing for transport, storage, distribution, and the sale of marijuana within the state. The Department of Health will administer provisions relating to the manufacture and testing of marijuana products. And finally, the California Department of Agriculture is developing their regulations to establish cannabis cultivation, licensing, and the track and trace program that we were talking about that's going to be instrumental in actually following cannabis product through the channels of trade. So if those 3 things as an aid, I think that we're going to be in better shape if we can come to some compromise on this and look toward the long-term solution that's going to be a benefit to everybody in the county. The marijuana growers or the cannabis growers, whatever you want to call them, who are trying to do it legally, coming to getting their permits and things like that, they want the same things that the retired people in the county want. They want to be able to provide a lifestyle for themselves where they can go to the bank, put their money in the bank, take their money out of the bank, go to a restaurant, have good food, and live, go to good schools, and all that. And that's what we all want. So, I think we need to be thoughtful in what we're doing here. For instance, the Department of Food and Agriculture, which is the one that I'm most familiar with, sent me a letter, not to me personally, but to all agricultural commissioners and sealers recently. And what they said was, from their own point of view, in 2018, Cal Cannabis, which is the name of their licensing branch, has planned to have 6 small satellite offices throughout the state to initiate the statewide inspection and enforcement of cultivation licenses and to provide guidance to county agriculture commissioner staff assisting with state license inspections and enforcement activities. We are in the process of determining where these offices will be located, but we are looking to locate in areas with high concentrations of local cultivation permits and centralized to cover a broad geographical range. So from the state's point of view, looking at it from a state's point of view and not from our own county's point of view, they're serious about having a normalized cannabis program for the state. And I think with their help and our own experience, we actually have more experience than they do right now. We've come down a rocky road, but we're getting there. And so I think with everybody involved, we can have a program with a thoughtful regulation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to make you walk away. I do have a question because this refers to something that happened when I was in the Calaveras County Water District Board. If you remember back in September of last year when the Water Board and everybody came and did a presentation before the board. And Senior Counsel of the Water Board, Yvonne West, said at that time that the issue of marijuana being an agricultural product was not settled in California. Has that changed? I'm not meaning to put you on the spot. I just was trying to see, has there been anything changed in the direction?
No, it's in the act, in the act, the state law.
Did they do it through Prop 64, or
It says in the law itself that cannabis is an agricultural product for the purposes of those laws.
Okay, is there a way for you to kind of give me a link or something so I can see that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Folks, we have one more staff member, I think. Mr. Moss, did you wish to address that staff? Okay, I misinterpreted that. Is there any more public speakers? We're going to go back to public speaking section. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 10-minute break at 3:30.
Thanks for having us here today. My name is Jennifer Smith. I own homes in Districts 1, 2, and 3. I have a farm in District 2. The question was raised earlier about the current number of approved farms. It's not our position to be the expert on these numbers, but we do stay on top of these numbers so that we can ascertain the impact upon our industry. It's our understanding 108 farms of the 396 have been inspected, have been approved for a 27% rate. We're not here today to discuss the morality of cannabis use. That's an individual's right. We're not here today to discuss the legality of cannabis use or cultivation. The state and its voters have made those decisions. We're here today to talk about land use. Let's get our general plan in order. Let's build regulations based upon that corrected general plan so not only the cannabis industry can be successful, but all industries, and we can attract industry to Calaveras County. Let's get our farms inspected. Let's know the full impact before we make sweeping judgments. Let's find a way for success of all industry in Calaveras, as well as quality of life for all residents. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
Hi, Dina Morris. I'm representing many people in District 4 that are afraid to come here. They don't want growers to see their faces because of the situation that they live in. Others had to work and cannot be here, and some are just unable. So I just would like to remind the board that marijuana is a drug. We can't change that. It's medical, it's used for medical, recreational, but the bottom line is it's a drug. And the other issue that goes with this is that, for instance, code enforcement has to be accompanied by law enforcement when they go out to do the inspections, okay? And then those two people get to leave that grow, whereas the people like myself are stuck there. We can't just up and leave, and I don't have an armed guard, and I can't afford one. We moved to the rural residential areas to get away from it all, to live a peaceful life, and that's not happening anymore. Things have changed severely since commercial marijuana cultivation has been allowed in our rural residential neighborhoods, and that includes neighborhoods that are greater than 10 acres. I believe most of the complaints are coming from parcels that are greater than 10 acres. The other thing about it is I want to remind you, it has to be screened. There's a screen around it, although you can still see it, but we don't screen grapes and we don't screen tomatoes and other agricultural products. Now, the term agricultural, as far as my understanding, is it may be considered an agricultural product, but not to the extent of local land use. I believe that unless that's changed recently, the definition does not extend to local land use. And the other thing to remember is people are willing to die to steal it, and people are willing to give up their freedom to protect it. I want to ask you, do you really want to compromise the safety, the health, and welfare of your citizens, your families, and their children for this industry to be in their rural residential zones? It's time to get us out of this giant experiment. I've been in it for 3 years, and it's time for us to get out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment, speakers? Seeing none, we'll take a break for 10 minutes.
That,
I remember when I was on the board and 2 or 3 of us were smoking cigars all the time.
I remember cleaning up after you. For the record.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I want to commend everybody, staff, our gallery, our speakers, our board, for having an intelligent, respectful conversation. It shows well for this county. Thank you. This time, public comment is over. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion and comment. Any board member wish to start discussion? No board member wants to start discussion. Wow. Okay. Supervisor Tofinelli?
I'll jump in the middle of this. First off, what Supervisor Oliveira, the chair, just said, I want to applaud everybody.
Excuse me, sir. Could you speak into the microphone for us?
Am I not speaking into the microphone?
That's better.
How's that? I want to agree with Supervisor Oliveira. I think it was a very good meeting today. I applaud everybody that came up and spoke. It was adult conversations, and it was ideas and of what they would like to see this industry if it goes forward here in this county, or if it doesn't go forward in this county. Obviously, there are a lot of things to consider for this board as it goes forward, and even towards the Planning Commission when it gets to the Planning Commission. But I think today was a very good start. I'm going to review the tapes and go over it, and I would encourage anybody that spoke today to put down that didn't give us anything in writing, to put down their ideas that they spoke about in writing and present it to the board. You can do that at any public comment period, or you can go to the clerk's office and present it to Diane, so it will be distributed to the board that way also. At least it's in writing, and we know what your concerns are. And I encourage that on both sides, because again, like I said last Tuesday, this is local government, And at the local level, as the constituents to each district and to this board, you have a right to your voice, and you can say it. Unlike at a state or federal level where it's not open to the public comment period. So please, for your own rights, please do that. And so it will give us plenty of information for us to discuss or in our own mind go over and to consider as we go forward with this ordinance. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Maurer. Because last week, and I know you weren't here, you were on vacation, and thank you for coming back to attend this meeting. It was brought up about something that you had said at the Planning Commission as far as the timing of this, the EIR and the ordinance coming to the Planning Commission and then to this board. If you could please speak on that issue. So we are clear on if, in fact, there are any delays, or if there are, what causes there are, or where exactly we're at.
Okay. Certainly, I'd be happy to do that. So the public comment period on the draft EIR ends next Wednesday. That's the 14th. Once that's done, the consultants and I will get all those comments and review them. It's going to depend on the extent of comments that we receive, how long it requires us to prepare the final EIR, which are the written responses to every comment, as well as any new information that's necessary based on those comments. So if the commenters raise an issue that we did not adequately address in the draft EIR, then we will need to look at that information. Right now, the comments are just beginning to trickle in. I suspect the next week or so we'll be getting, the bulk of the comments. Now, there was one issue that was raised, I think it was discussed a little bit last week. I wasn't here, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, but there have been requests by the public to extend the comment period. 45 days is the legislative minimum and the recommended length of time for an EIR, public comment period for an EIR, that requires state agency input. This one was circulated to the state, therefore 45 days is the minimum time period for the public comment period. The state recommends that the comment period be between 30 and 60 days under normal circumstances. This is not a lengthy EIR compared to many. And so I think that the 45 days is sufficient amount of time for people to review it and to provide their comments to us to respond to. I am not advocating for an extension of time. But it is within your purview if you wish to extend that time to give the public additional time to comment. And that's why I brought it to your attention in a memo to you last week before I left on vacation, that if you were interested in providing additional time, you could certainly do that. I don't think it's necessary, and I'm not recommending it. Once we have completed our comments on the EIR, and again, I cannot provide a specific time frame because I don't know how many comments we'll receive and how much work will be necessary to respond to those. Typically, it takes anywhere from a couple of weeks to a month or more to do that. But again, it depends on how many comments we receive. Once that's done, then we can schedule it before the Planning Commission for a recommendation to you on certification of the EIR and then adoption of an ordinance. And we would look at the range of alternatives going from the original proposed ordinance directed by the board a year and a half ago to the ban, and so anything in between there could be considered as within the range of what was analyzed under the EIR. So that's where we're at. I'm looking at, so if we end in the comment period next week, say we get to the Planning Commission, hopefully the middle of end of July, we could have an ordinance before you in August. That's sort of my rough estimate of the amount of time that we're looking at to get this in the quickest quickest time frame at this point.
So you are anticipating, and obviously you don't know the amount of comments or the extent of the comments because there still is about a week, a little over a week left for those comments to hear.
That's right.
You're trying to give some leeway of at least a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks to address the comments through yourself and through the consultants to have that thing completed and then before the Planning Commission.
That's right. As well as our outside legal counsel will be looking at that to ensure the legal viability of the document.
Okay. I think that answers my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Toffenali? Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think context and scale is always important as we deal with this, and I want to thank everybody, both sides, for all their comments today. I've got 6 pages of notes and a lot of good ideas, and I spent most of the lunch trying to figure out how to sort it into some thoughts. I think we have to, but just in scale and context, I was impressed, and I was actually quite surprised at the growers that came forward and suggested numbers for a cap on this. And by my back of the envelope, 250 farms, averaging 15,000 square feet apiece, is only 86 acres under cultivation. Granted, it's intense cultivation, but it's not going to blanket the entire county. I sort of wanted to, I don't know if this is the correct time or not, Mr. Chairman, but I think we sort of, since this study session was about alternatives as the second half of this, I guess we ought to discuss, are we considering alternatives? The majority of this board has made a very clear statement that they want the ban in place. The staff has written a very clear ban. So I suppose the question I've got from my fellow board members is, before we go into a long discussion, is there any number of cannabis farms under any type of zoning whatsoever that would be considered? Are we open to opening this up? I would ask my fellow board members that question.
I believe that would probably require a poll of the board, council, if we want to consider that. I'm taking that as an affirmative with nodding of the head.
And I think with the poll, then we could start digging in deep, saying what are the pieces to that.
Does any board member want to make a comment before you conduct a poll? Supervisor Mills, your lights.
I think what we need to do is we need to look at this EIR when it's completed, take the testimony we've gotten today and from last week's marathon session. I don't know, many of you got home after 1 o'clock. I did. And be able to absorb what we have in front of us before we even start a discussion, because I think the crux of it is going to be, do we have all of the information in front of us before we start discussing where we want to go?
Okay. Supervisor Black, any comment? Supervisor Toffenali, any comment on that?
Right now, I would like the time to go over the information that was given to us today by the ideas from both sides and the other information that we got, again, like Supervisor Mills said, from last Tuesday, and have time to digest all of that and come up with possibly my own ideas on where I foresee this going. But for right now, I'm not interested in going any further than that.
Okay. Any further comments? Supervisor Garamendi?
I mean, that's the, if I understand, so the question was, is there any number of farms and type of zoning that we'd consider? You didn't say, you said no, or you said we want to absorb this. I mean, I've been criticized before for timeliness. I think where timeliness is now, we need to start having this conversation before we fully execute a ban. I'm trying to find what opening is.
Could I have you turn on your mic?
If we all just right now go, okay, we just don't want it, then we stop the conversation. I mean, so if that's, and I think that's unfair to everybody here, is to stop the conversation. So if 3 people say we totally want the ban and 2 says no, then the conversation's over. And I think that's unfair to what this is all about. This is supposed to be an open meeting on that. And so to do what you suggest would just be putting a stop to it. And I think it would stop the conversation. And I think this is some of the best conversation we've had since the whole thing's been going. And I just wouldn't want to stop the conversation.
So we'll run these in parallel. We have a ban moving forward now. We're going to consider something else as well.
Well, that's basically what today's conversation was about.
Okay,
So
just
I'm
wanna
not,
make sure
I just don't
everything-
want to be pulled right now on that until actually the whole thing's done. So everyone has, he still has letters coming in, he still has that, and then he's going to report back to us, and I think that's the proper time to make the vote.
Counsel, you look puzzled.
Quite frankly, I'm just trying to follow all of the comments, not necessarily puzzled. My main concern is that staff is given clear direction on what it is that this body wants. Every single department head has been working very hard to further what this board, the prior board, what board members want. And so I just want to make sure that if, right now, all of the staff is moving towards the ban that we've been directed to process. We've drafted it, and we are working through that process. If this board is wanting to look at alternatives that were presented today and direct us to draft yet another variation of an ordinance, the sooner the better as far as my office is concerned and the impact on my office. I would like those discussions so that we can start working on that sooner rather than later, just because I know timeliness is an issue, not just because timeliness has been brought up by this board, but this board also knows that we only have until February 14th to have something permanent in place, however we get there. And as you have been able to see, things always take longer than anticipated for a variety of reasons. Mostly unforeseen reasons, but they do come up. And so any direction that staff can get clear, the sooner the better. That's my only comment.
Lights on?
Oh, I'm happy to go through the things that I heard if we're having a discussion about that now.
If we're not going to conduct a poll of the board, I guess
I
now is
think-
the time to
well,
do that.
I guess, are we done with the poll?
We haven't taken a poll, I don't believe. We just had comments. Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. I don't think you have the number of supervisors willing to take a poll at this time. Possibly, if we have some time, again, which was stated, to digest all of the information that was given to us today, provided by both sides, and the information last week, perhaps we can have discussions at our next board meeting, some open discussions about it after we've had time to review it. But at this time, I think it's too quick to even make the decision on what direction we're going to go. Obviously, Peter has discussed and told us that the EIR has some wide varieties there, or wide ranges there, excuse me, on the ability of anything that could be changed in the ordinances going forward, but it, again, is going forward as a ban. I certainly understand County Council's opinion or her discussion on how fast or how slow it would go if there are any changes to the current ordinance itself, and she would like to get them as soon as possible if any changes are going to be done by this board. So, but I think I personally need, and I'm hearing from the other supervisors, that I'm not willing to have discussions at this particular time until I have time to review everything and see my notes from last week, and review the video of this thing on all of the ideas that were presented today, and both verbally and written to us. So that's where I'm at.
If we were to further discuss this at the next meeting, which is the 13th, I understand, is there time to even agendize that, staff?
My one suggestion might be if we're going to have that debate on the 13th, that's also the same date of the budget hearing that's scheduled for 1 o'clock. And if we put it there, I worry that that's going to create a problem for the morning. We already have a few items that are expected to go. With general public comments, I would have concern that we wouldn't get through it all. One suggestion I might have is I anticipate, based on just the number of departments that have requested to present for the budget hearings, that we should be done with our budget hearings after supervisor discussions by Wednesday afternoon. That leaves the potential for Thursday, if you want to then have a discussion at that point. That will also be after Mr. Maurer gets any final responses. He'll have an idea of the number of responses that he's gotten, and might be able to provide some additional insight on what he's gleaned from the initial review of those.
Then we would have to have a special meeting? Okay. I feel that this issue is important enough to have that special meeting after we get the information and some indication from the EIR and Mr. Maurer. And I respect your request for time to look into this. And having said that, I think I would take a poll of the board to see if we can have that special meeting, so we're all on the same page. Any objection to that? Don't know yet.
My only concern would be to be sure that we have all of the public comments to the EIR, if we could have those available to us in any way. I mean, the comment period ends on the 14th. If you have all of your public comments, Mr. Maurer, at that point, is there any way we could see them? You wouldn't be able to respond to them at that point, but at least we'd be able to see what they are.
The comment period closes at 4 o'clock the day before.
Correct.
We certainly would have, I could make copies available for you, either electronically or in hard copy.
That's fine. Mr. Maurer, if we should schedule a special meeting for the 20th, would that give you enough time to receive public comment? No.
20th is the Tuesday after next Tuesday.
The 20th, we're talking about Thursday the 15th.
And have a special meeting on the 20th?
My thought is, if we went with the 20th, I mean, if we've learned anything after as many hours of discussion, maybe we ought to separate it, because I think at the end of 2 days of budget may not be the best thinking going on.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day.
I would agree with Supervisor Garamendi that the following Tuesday would be the better option. It will give our staff more time to generate the information, and I think additional information we may need, and maybe we could have that a little bit in advance of that special meeting, give us a chance to digest it as well.
I'm in agreement with that.
Supervisor Platt? Okay. I would agree the 20th would probably be a good date for the special meeting to discuss this issue. Any other further comment by the board?
I think we ought to, I'd like to just note for the record some of the stuff that I heard today as people go back and study what happened. But, I heard people talking about banning cannabis cultivation from rural residential zones and minimum parcel size. That's a really big deal, and takes on a lot of the community issues in everybody's district that's going on. Certainly ensuring that cannabis is sited away from sensitive zones, and I've gotten a lot of emails over the last couple of weeks, and I think maybe we ought to take a look at what we list as sensitive zones if we're going to continue forward. issuing a cap on permits using business licenses is a very powerful tool. As I just pointed out earlier, 250 grows are 86 acres. That is not a huge impact and gives us $7.5 million if we just went off the $2 square foot canopy tax to deal with the illegal grows and fund the sheriffs and code enforcement and other people who are going to put this stuff away. Allowing farmers to move from a non-conforming property to conforming property seems like a fair thing to do. We shouldn't penalize people for playing by the rules. I would like to also see, and this came from emails over the last couple of weeks, residency requirements. I think that if you're a corporation, you need to have a licensed agent located in the city, not a law office, not a P.O. box. I want bodies on the ground so we have somebody to help hold accountable. Background checks was put out, DOJ. I think it sounded like people are open to much more thorough background checks, and including the ideas of licenses for workers, permits, tags, much like they do in Colorado. I think we need to take a look at our standards for measured noise, smell, and light. Those are things we can do, and responsible growers, I think, would be open to that. We'd have to take a look at licensing fees. What is that Nexus study coming back with? RIM fees were suggested, even including for private roads. These are all things I picked up today. Workers' safety. We have to ensure that workers. I will note that Ferritin is sold by an American company, FMC, and distributed worldwide by a large pharmaceutical company called Bayer. Thank you, large pharma. We have a track and trace program. I mean, that was really interesting. We talk about track and trace. Go figure. We might have a high-tech industry located in Valley Springs. Wouldn't that be interesting if we became the hub of the high-tech tracking? Dispensaries. I agree with the speaker. I think most people up here would recognize that there are medical advantages to cannabis, and it's helped a lot of people, including people I know very well. I think that the idea of moving, some farmers would end up on rural residential lots that were 80, 120 acres. There's a public process through the Planning Commission for rezoning property, and it includes communicating with neighbors and community in a public hearing. So if you've got a good farm on a bad piece of property, there is a path forward through a public process. And I think those are all really good ideas that came out of this. And I hope that this board, when they go home and they contemplate and look at the tape, will see that there is a third way. And I think we've seen it today. I know Supervisor Tofinelli asked for it, and I think we saw it. So I'm pleased with this. Of course, I'm always impatient. I want to get things going, but I could wait till the 20th.
Thank you, Supervisor Gerben. Comments, Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. I think today has probably been the most civil discussion that we've had from the public in a long time. I appreciate that. I think it goes a long ways towards understanding, first of all, that the other side does have a position, and we have to respect the position of everybody as they speak. Otherwise, there can't be two-way communication. I'd like to thank the young lady from Alameda County for helping me to correct the agricultural issue, and that is that she did state that this is not settled in California. It is an ag-ish problem or situation, not ag. And thank you for that. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle, but I think it's very important to understand that there has been no clear direction from the board other than that which was given to staff on January 31st or February 14th. And until they hear a change in that direction or that we're going to be talking about additional items, that should be the continued direction that staff takes, and I hope that they will continue to do that. I really would like to have all of the information contained within the EIR before we settle in on what other decisions or other discussions we're going to have. If we add additional pieces right now, I think we're just compounding, confusing the progress that we've been making to this point. So I'm looking forward to whatever we might be able to discuss on the 20th of this month, and hopefully the public and staff will understand that we have heard over and over again many of the things that have been said here. Thank you for saying those things. Repeating them over and over again doesn't really make them any better or any worse. It just simply means it's an additional comment. The precious time, and I learned this at the CSAC training, the most precious time we have is the amount of time that each individual on this board can spend talking to the rest of the board and to each other and getting this communication going. This is where it happens. And understanding the importance and value of that, we've sat here through, 10 o'clock till now 4 o'clock, and we're only now, as a board, beginning to discuss any possibility of anything. That is very difficult for the process to move along at any kind of pace because, as you say, the wheels of justice grind exceedingly slow and exceedingly fine. Well, when it comes to a process like this, it's going to do the same thing as long as the public understands that we still have to have time to talk amongst ourselves and to settle things amongst ourselves. So it's valuable, and I appreciate your time and your willingness to come here from your work and your efforts that you've been doing on a daily basis to earn a living. And we've got what we need, but we'll still need the rest of it and to be able to put it together from here. So appreciation and kudos to the audience for your time and your willingness to make your statements today.
Thank you. I would agree with all my colleagues that we need an opportunity to digest all this information that's been presented in the past, especially today. I want to make sure that we have a clear understanding as best we can about the EIR, how it applies to our decision regarding this ordinance, be it banned or whatever. But my main concern right now is making sure that we give clear direction to staff. I feel that sometimes staff doesn't know which way to go, even though the Board of Supervisors tries their best to point them in the right direction. So, is there any misunderstanding of what we're going to be doing on the 20th? Let me know now by any staff member, any question that we can address now, so that meeting can go like this meeting did.
I would hope that it goes like this meeting today did. Again, I want to congratulate everybody that spoke, and it was a very civil and productive meeting. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have any questions?
What's our start time going to be on the 20th?
Madam Clerk, what would you suggest?
Not 6 a.m. I don't know if there will be a closed session discussion, but maybe we could do, if there is, closed session at 8 and begin the conversation at 9.
Okay. Is there a problem any staff members see at 9 o'clock on the 20th? You notice I asked staff first before I asked the board. Board, is there a problem with a 9 o'clock start time on the 20th? It's going to be a special meeting.
So it would be a special meeting, and if there is closed session, I would suggest 8 a.m. as you have been doing, but have the public portion start at 9.
Okay. Supervisor Tofinelli, are you in agreement? Yes. Supervisor Garamendi? Sure. Supervisor Mills? Yes. Supervisor Clapp? Yes. And I also concur. That would be a good start time. Mr. Maurer.
I just want to be clear. So I will provide to each of the board members copies of the public comments that we've received. It could be quite lengthy, but we'll make sure you get copies of it. The purpose of the meeting, as I understand it, is your opportunity to discuss. You listen to staff, you listen to the public, but you need time to digest that information so that you can then have an informed discussion about the options and the directions you want to go. Is there anything else that you need from me or any other staff at this point?
None at this time that I'm aware of. I want to personally thank staff for attending today. It's been a long day. Your attendance is much appreciated. We all are busy, but thank you for taking the time. Supervisor Tofinelli.
Mr. Chair, if I can, while everybody's still here and staff is still here, I would like to speak a little bit about last Tuesday's meeting.
Okay.
I believe last Tuesday at the end of the session, Supervisor Mills read from a statement in which he focused on a perceived delay on a ban ordinance the staff was directed to prepare. And I understand his frustrations. Sometimes in government, I experienced the same type of thing when I first came on the board. Sometimes in government, it takes a long time to get things accomplished, but again, going slow because of the nature of where we are in today's world with lawsuits over everything, and the laws and statutes in the state of California and the federal level dictates that we must do so many things in order and progressive. So it does take time. But I would like to first bring up that amongst that, if that was just the issues, that it would be somewhat perceivable just as government, but there are extenuating circumstances. Since I left office a little over 4 years ago, there have been 5 CAOs, 2 of those interim. There have been 9 different board members, 7 of which had no prior government experience before taking their seat. Every appointed department head has changed at least one time, and one of them was interim for over a year. So there's been a lot of changes going on in just the 4 short years since I left this board, which staff has had to deal with. Beginning in 2014, staff has been working on, as directed by prior boards, on regulations of this industry. On January 31st of this year, only 4 short months ago, they were directed to reverse that direction and prepare a ban ordinance to which was working out with, as they were working with outside consultants. They did not just develop this ban ordinance by themselves. They had outside consultants helping them deal with the issues. And they accomplished it. They did it. They brought it to this board within about a 45-day window. Now you can say it's still along the same thing, but it's tantamount to my guys, me telling my people who work on steel, that we are now going to start working on wood, and we're going to construct this instead of steel, we're going to be constructing this building with wood, and we have 30 days to do it. It's going to be a very difficult thing for them to do. So it's not something that you can just change gears on, especially with what we are dealing with here, with the lawsuits that could happen, and having to make sure that they need to make sure that it's correct when it comes to us or the Planning Commission. And so I just want to bring those things up. I also want to bring up that there is a lot of staff that is still here when I left 4 years ago. Some of them were my next door neighbors, or were my next door neighbors. Some of them live in my subdivision. I know a lot of them. I know their children. I know their grandchildren. And some of them have even worked on my campaign. These are very hardworking, dedicated people that we have here in Calaveras County that work with us, and we are very special to have them. And I really want to know that I appreciate the work that they do. I want to also bring up the fact the ones that have been here for a length of time have endured periods of budget cuts. The last 4 years I was on here, it was 4 straight years of 10% budget cuts. They've had wage cuts in forms of takes, no raises, and they have stayed with the county and dedicated themselves to this county. I do not believe in any conspiracy theory is possible. I don't believe any of these people work that way. Just knowing them the way that I do, I don't know all of them. There has over 500 employees here in this county, but I do know a lot of them. I do not micromanage. I say hello to them. I say hi. I do not deal with them because that's not my job. That's the department head's job to do. If there's any problems that I have or been told about, I will deal with the CAO and have him. That's his job. So I understand Supervisor Mills and Supervisor's class statement and some frustration on what we are trying to get accomplished here as a majority of this board. And if it is true that Calaveras County has spoken the way that was indicated in the hallowed halls of RC and CSAC, I would say that it is not because of staff that is spoken. It's because of the leadership of this county. And if we want to change that, it's within us to change that. There's 5 people sitting at this board. And I think you will need more than yourself to make that change. You will need at least 2 other supervisors. And above all, we will need the help of the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tofinelli. Having said that, I believe we're going to be moving to our next issue here. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
Supervisor Clapp, would you like to start? Nothing? Supervisor Mills.
I'll report out in the next meeting that we have the activities in the past 2 weeks, but I wanted to bring this up because this is important. Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District is providing funding to even those that do not live in utility districts, a rebate for 1 toilet not to exceed $100, 1 shower head not to exceed $25, and this has to be done by December 31st of 2018. I can get this information to anyone that is looking for it. Also, rainwater catchment rebate, that is for up to, I think it's 165 gallons at 30 cents per gallon rebate, plus if it's larger than that, it's up to $1 per gallon that they'll rebate. And then the third one is promotional rebate program is in place for washing machines, toilet leak detection, sprinkler timers, low flow fixtures, et cetera. And this is only for those residents that live along Highway 4. If you need more information about it, I'll leave it with Diane, and she can give you a way to get in touch with them. So I'll leave this with you so you have it for a reference. And maybe just hand out a copy to you, Supervisor Oliveira, because you're also in the district. Yes. I'll let you know that it's there as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi, any report?
Sure. I want to commend some of our great staff and the work that they're doing. I have the privilege of serving on the first 5 committee for this commission for this county, and we issued out grants this year. This comes from tobacco money to our county, and first 5 manages distribution as well as many programs. And these are really important programs. If you're not familiar with first 5, please get familiar with them. These are the people who work with our kids in daycare, talk about good touch, bad touch, talk about nutrition, talk about safety and firearms and around the home. These are really good, hardworking people. And if you ever get a chance and you want to be lifted up and see some of the great work that's happening in this county, join us at a meeting for the First 5 Commission. You'll see some great things going on in our community, including gardens in schools, preschools. These are good people that we're working with, and come on by. I'll be spending the next couple days down in Fresno County, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, which board I serve on. We'll be talking about tree mortality and issues that impact our water systems, our watersheds, and I'll report back on that next week, but I look forward to it. Not Fresno, but I look forward to the board meeting.
Fresno
I like Fresno a lot.
Go Bulldogs. Supervisor Tofinelli,
I have nothing further to report. Thank you.
and I'll make my report at the next board meeting. It's going to be intense, I believe, during our budget period. But I once again want to commend every single one of you for acting reasonably and respectably. Thank you once again, folks. With that, staff report, any report out by staff? Welcome back, Mr. Mauer. Meeting adjourned.